Alrighty. Good evening, everybody. How we all doing tonight? We are finally back with more of the 10th annual Metal Gear Marathon. It's been off for a couple of days because we did mechs on Christmas as we always do, and then we had Super Robo Sunday on Sunday, and then I had work starting back, which sort of ran me down a bit tiredness wise, so there wasn't streams. It's been a bit, but we're back again with more Metal Gear, and we're continuing on. Thankfully, we sort of stopped at a good point as far as this game was concerned to take a couple of days break. We had just finished Chapter 1 last time, and we're now moving into Chapter 2. Yeah, thank you very much for the raid in there, Half, during the pre-roll. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the pre-roll music. But yeah, who we got here? Ryu, Fab, Koalas, Half, Yima. Welcome everybody. Oh, Wiggly's here too. Hey, Wiggly. I was gonna say, aren't you supposed to be in bed? I guess if you are in bed, then that's fine. Okay, lovely. I hadn't logged in for a couple of days. All this shit backs up. Go away. Stop pinging me. Alright. So, something we've got. One of the away team side ops requires the battle gear for it. So we can't actually do that yet, but that's there. Side ops wise for us, I think I went and cleared out all the generic crap that was backed up, so all the prisoner extraction and soldier extraction and whatnot. So we're actually fully up to date on doing the side ops. And yeah, and we've got the first main mission for chapter 2, and then I don't know if these are worth doing on stream. Development complete. I'll see if it locks our progress without. Okay. Development complete. All right, game. These ones are yeah, so the subsistence version and an extreme difficulty version. We'll think about those, but first we've got an actual legitimate story mission to do.
The agent that the CIA had working for them inside OKB-0 has gone missing. We've been given the job of finding and extracting him. The target learned of XOF's plans to use vocal cord parasites and had hidden himself with the CIA's Mujahideen allies. But following Skullface's death, the Soviets retook OKB-0, and all contact with the target was lost. He may have tried to go back to OKB-0, but even Langley isn't sure what's going on. After all, they've never even learned of Skullface's plan. That's probably what they want to get out of the man once he's extracted. But we can't allow Langley to learn of the existence of the vocal cord parasites. That's why I want you to bring the target out, boss. Once we have him, we can report him dead and keep him on base. All contact with Langley is being conducted through a cutout. Our reputation should remain intact. As for the reward, it's already in the hands of the cutout. All you have to do is get the job done. Just like always.
So, as you can see from obtainable skills up there, there's actually two people we definitely want to pick up in this mission. The electromagnetic net specialist and the rocket control specialist. I'm going to assume they're going to be sub-objectives. We might need either to extract some prisoners or extract some highly skilled soldiers. That kind of shenanigans. We'll see how we go. Jashago Calais is the like shanty village, and La Marquise Palace is that big area. Oh yeah, we have plus wormhole now. Our Fultons are very stupid. You will see. Hey, Furf, how's it going? Did I bring the Jehuti arm? Not yet.
Find and extract the missing CIA agent. The target was laying low with the friendly Mujahideen during the vocal cord parasites incident. The man headed back to OKB-0 after the Soviets recaptured it. Check the target's VI on your iDroid.
Probably going to be the kind of mission where you need to like speed run for the objective to pull off shenanigans. I don't know if we'll do that. We'll probably head through the village and make our way through and see what pops up. Alright, he's off. Go get some food. Actually, we do just head straight for the objective. Oh wait, that's not the village I was thinking of. That's the farming village with the, like, mini fortress. Actually, with the way this game... I think we probably can.
Enemy grid detected. The map has been updated.
I was wondering if we get in there and maybe, like,
Analysis complete.
interrogate some folks. Maybe get some info.
Analysis complete.
See what's going on.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Oh,
Analysis complete.
what's going on?
Analysis complete.
You look important, sir. What is your business? And you're being escorted by a heavily armed guy. What is going on here?
Clouds approaching.
I think so heavily armed that I can't actually knock him out. Oh no, wait, his legs... I don't know if his thighs have armor? Yeah, I think they might be armored thighs. you. That's what I was looking for.
The map has been updated.
Nobody saw nothing. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Spit it out.
Uh-oh.
The map has
Now,
been
they might
updated.
notice something soon. Come on. God damn it. Alright. So, yeah, our Fultons are stupid.
You gotta extract him.
I don't think I even need to extract these guys properly anymore. I can just Fulton them inside the building.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Like I said, our Fultons are stupid now. We'll give this boy a tactical hug, see if we can't get some info out of him, but otherwise we'll just move on, I think. Oh, hey, Fab, how's it going?
Speak.
The map has been updated. Analysis complete.
Anything that isn't, like, at minimum, like A++ rank is just not coming along at this point. The base is full. Our hiring requirements are now very high. That sounded like a vehicle.
Analysis complete.
A+, you can come.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
They shouldn't spot the supply drop from that far out, but I'd rather just put them to sleep to be safe.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added. Analysis complete. updated.
He's coming too.
Extraction
Speedy
of
tactical hug at that.
device. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Don't mind me just sprinting across the desert in a full black suit. I'm not gonna stand out or anything. Don't worry about it. Orca gear.
Analysis complete.
What the fuck? Don't mind me while I stare at guys' booties.
Analysis complete. You have arrived at your destination.
Like that. That's a bunch of walker gears. Hmm. Can't tell if they're like heavily armored or what. I wonder if you can like tactical grab the guys off the back of walker gears. Yes, you can.
Spit it out.
Caution. The
That
map
takes
has
care of the
been
squad
updated.
searching for the target. Now you just need to extract him.
Mission
Nice work.
has been updated. The map has been updated.
Is very silly, Fulton.
Analysis complete.
And it works for inside as well. Like it's yeah.
Analysis complete.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Technically, I'm supposed to exfiltrate at this point because we've got the primary objective done, but I'm gonna go check out the other place while we're here, just to see if there's any prisoners I can find. Just now. Like, game time wise, we've had it for a few hours because I was doing stuff off stream, but like, progress wise, just now. Oh, right, yeah, that's how you get the boxes that are underneath the roof in the airport. That makes sense.
Enemy presence detected. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Clouds approaching.
Here, that is the exact information I was after.
Updated. Analysis complete.
You gonna extract him?
That's a problem. The silencer just broke. God damn it, has he got a hat on or something that's making armor impact noises? There we go.
Supplies requested. You have arrived at your destination.
Did you grab the tag for here? I haven't grabbed the tag for many
Supply
places
drop
because I just kind of forget that it's a thing most of the time.
Analysis complete.
Holy shit.
Analysis complete. Analysis. Marker placed. Marker placed.
Look at the stats on those lads. Oh god, look at this guy and his fucking 50 tons of armor.
You have arrived at your destination.
Where are the others? Talk.
God dang it. But yeah, so this is part of why this is super bullshit now. We don't even have to, like, get them to a safe zone. We can just extract them through the roof.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
What do you mean, sorry, Huff? Oh, I haven't tried. You know what? Screw you guys, I'm going home. Landmines! God damn it. Watch out, D-Dog! He won't actually set off the mines. This isn't Fallout 3.
Extraction arrived at the mother base. Development hunter exfiltrated hot zone.
You're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
How did I get a trophy? What? What was that trophy? It just occurred to me, like, what the fuck? How did... It's like hero or something? What? Oh! I don't know what that's done or how we got it, because we got Octopus there.
Boss, the target filled us in on what's been going on. He betrayed the Soviets, passing information to Langley, but got scared after learning XOF used the vocal cord parasites. Then came feelings of guilt that his leak sent comrades to their deaths, and fear that America might deploy such a weapon itself. But in reality, XOF and Langley don't have a collaborative relationship, and Skullface was not working for America. Still, I can't blame the man for being afraid. After laying low with the Mujahideen, he tried to cut his ties with the US and return to the Soviet military. But along the way, someone came after him, and he was forced back into hiding. Could have been remnants of XOF looking to silence him. And you know the rest. He doesn't seem to know much about the parasites, but nevertheless, it'd be too dangerous to hand him over to Langley or the Soviets. We'll keep him here as originally planned.
Oh boy. What? The pain, the fear, the end, the fury, the sorrow, the joy, and the cobras. Oh, okay, it's from having heroism points. Yeah, how did I not get 1,500 heroism, 150,000 heroism on my original playthrough? What?
Emmerich's finished development on that battle gear of his. Get back to Mother Base.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you heard, Half. They're doing a HD remake, remaster, don't know what the right word is, of Reciteer. Tentatively, we will stream that when it comes out. Oh, is the audio bad?
Clouds approaching.
The battle gear is an armored weapon developed to take on hostile bipedal weapon systems. But unlike the Soviet-funded Walker gear, the battle gear still hasn't been properly field tested. I'd like to assign a combat unit to take it on dispatch missions, so that we can evaluate its capabilities and reliability. Assuming you've got no objections, give the order to dispatch the unit from your iDroid.
Right, right. Yeah, so they're doing a like an HDification of Reciteer. Which, assuming that comes out well, we will stream that. That's the bunny.
We need evidence to prove our suspicions about Emmerich. Head to the central base camp in Afghanistan and recover that AI pod. It's time we purge Diamond Dogs of that traitorous parasite once and for all.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
Man, we got a shitload of tapes to listen to. Oh boy! We got important tapes to listen to. Can I put these tapes on while I'm doing menuing?
This is Yellow Cake that Cypher was having the PF's transport. Before we met you, the boss recovered it from a truck crossing the savannah. Are there metallic archaea inside it? Yes, the archaea metabolize uranium-235 to subsist.
They must be stored inside Yellow Cake, or they cannot survive.
So those biological traces we took for impurities were actually the real cargo.
Of course, they are deactivated, so they do not trigger a sudden enrichment. They are like baker's yeast. Yet, they do gradually enrich the uranium as they feed. I imagine you detected weapons-grade traces.
Yeah, we did.
And the malachite that was loaded on the truck had traces of uranium in it, too. So that's the flower, huh? Skullface was gonna sell do-it-yourself nuke kits. The uranium-enriching Archaea complete with a user's manual. And the ores with the uranium could be sourced by the client or provided by Cypher.
Even the trace amounts buried in common ores can be enriched to weapons-grade uranium by the metallic Archaea. Proving that must have been the most important factor of the trials. That and the ability to successfully prevent detonation.
So if the amounts of uranium in the ores are low enough, they can get past any inspection. And you only need a tiny amount of the Archaea to act as the yeast. No great challenge to smuggle that either. The first step towards saturating the world with nukes.
His plan. That was not my intention. My only goal in developing the metallic Archaea was to save the Dene.
What made you think a tool for creating undetectable nuclear weapons would save your people?
After 70 years, the Dene reclaimed the Navajo nation from which we were banished. We bore all the hardships of poverty, but we were proud to live off the land we called our own. But in the moment the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, everything changed.
I don't get it.
The nuclear arms race between the US and the Soviet Union began with the end of the Second World War. Suddenly, there was a massive demand for uranium. And it was our ill fortune that the ground beneath the Navajo Nation was rich with uranium ore. The Black Ana government set up mine after mine, and many of the Dene worked them, never informed of any danger. Every day, they went to work with no protection. The slag was simply piled out in the open. When rain fell, uranium traces left behind would seep out, and when the ground dried, it was blown about as dust. Land and water were contaminated, irradiated. Many of us became sick and died. That pain lives on to this day.
I had no idea.
Wanting more than anything to revive the land my forebears left to me, I was delighted upon discovering microbes that eat uranium. If they could be domesticated, I believed we could rid our land of uranium.
Were you successful?
No. The research called for funding on a colossal scale. But nobody was willing to invest with no prospect of a return.
And that's when Skullface showed up.
Correct. I can save you and your people. We share the same will. That is what he said to me. And I believed him. Blagana forced me to abandon my uranium cleanup work and focus on nuclear weapons.
Please select a mission.
He held all the Dene hostage. Today, the uranium mines within the reservation are finally closing down. It is simply less expensive now to source uranium overseas.
New victims, different places.
But uranium is a tactical resource. To rely on a foreign country for it is a difficult decision to make. And he was in the perfect place to influence that decision.
He could have condemned your people to the mines forever.
The contamination comes not only from uranium. The fallout from the Nevada nuclear tests also settled on our lands. As if our fortune were not already bad enough, we are also downwinders. To save the Dene, I must complete my original research.
Hey, Takumi, how's it going? And hey, red guy, I have no idea what insignia is. Sorry.
Please select landing zone confirmed.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Right. Well, given the context, I probably could have worked that out.
Gaining altitude.
So I assume that's for, like, playing all the original Xbox games online.
To the central base camp in Afghanistan and recover that AI pod. It's time we purge Diamond Dogs of that traitorous parasite once and for all.
Please select a mission.
Oh, we might do this subsistence mission.
Mission
These are kind of
accepted.
interesting, just conceptually. The idea for the subsistence missions is you deploy with nothing.
Heading to Afghanistan.
Yeah, see, I never had an original Xbox when Xbox Live was still around. I have one now, but I never had one back then, so I have no connection to or nostalgia for like original Xbox Live stuff. I don't think it's quite roguelike, because I think that this, like, there's nothing, like, randomly generated about the stage. It's probably, like...
You need to disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications.
So it's like, obviously, maybe not so obvious, but this is like the second mission, or the third mission, or something. Of the game. We've done this mission, like, previously. This isn't a new mission in the sense of what we're doing here is new story or anything. It is purely you deploy with nothing. No supplies or anything like that. It is purely rock and roll. Also,
since you got here.
something to keep in mind, we've been making heavy use of the sneaking suits, which nullifies your footprints. Our footprints are no longer nullified.
Let me guess. Photosynthesis?
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, a long time ago, I knew someone with a similar ability.
Well, you are correct. Most of my body is covered with parasites. I supply them with water, and in return I receive sugars they produce when exposed to light.
Analysis complete.
It isn't just my skin either. The parasites also act as my eyes. They have replaced many of my internal organs as well. It is is thanks to them that I live on after over a century.
How did you obtain them anyway? Through your research?
I would like to say as much, but there is more to it than that. Let me take you back 20 years. I had hit a dead end with my parasite research. Then I was approached by a foundation. They said they had a sample of an unusual strain of parasite.
Which foundation?
Apparently, they had links to ARPA.
Really? Fucking truck could.
Enter the Eastern Communications Post and destroy the target equipment. Its location is on your iDroid.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Yeah. I was trying to get away with doing it with the tape, but
The map has been updated.
that's pushing it. Yeah, but there's a lot in there at this point that we kind of need.
Caution. Sandstorm approaching.
I'm just so used to having the stealth suits.
Enter the Eastern Communications Post and
Oh.
destroy...
Thanks for the follow, Lore of Zip. I'm not quite sure. Lore of Zip FS? I'm not sure how that wants to be read. Sorry. Zip. Okay, that works.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Caution. Storm approaching.
Nope, no contact.
The map has been updated.
Really?
Enter the Eastern Communications Post and destroy the target equipment. Its location is
Oh,
on your
hang on.
iDroid.
This is an enterable building.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Oh, fuck's sake.
communications post and destroy the target equipment. Its location is on your iDroid.
You saw me through the rock. Okay.
Enter the eastern communications post and destroy the target equipment. Its location is on your iDroid.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. The map has been updated. Caution, sandstorm approaching.
Sandstorm approaching is technically a good thing. I just don't know how long this guy's gonna stay knocked out for.
You have arrived at your destination.
The gods are like hyper-tuned.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
No, but it's not just... oh, we still keep our Fultons. I didn't think it would let us keep our Fultons. Is that also our, like,
Clouds approaching.
super Fultons?
Guard post captured.
Anyway. We needed a gun to do the mission objective. We have a gun. We can go now. Unfortunately, it's not a silenced gun, so we're going in loud.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
You're gonna do something stupid like surprise patrol route through here.
detected. The map has been updated.
It's quite possible, actually. I can't remember if there's a bear up in this area.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination.
Hey, dude. That's
Use the binoculars
probably
to
half
locate
is
the
to blame for
communications
that.
equipment at the facility.
Analysis complete. Some analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
You may remember this mission. It's the destroy the communications equipment one.
Лучше посмотреть! Иди за мной! Понял.
Thanks, boys.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
What? How did they get back that quick?
Hey, quit kidding around.
It really does feel like the guards are like hyper-tuned. Hey, Fluffy, how's it going?
Post and destroy the target equipment.
You have arrived
The location
at
is
your
on your
destination.
You made it. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
Sun will set shortly. Analysis complete.
Cannot climb chest-high wall. Your weapon to surpass Metal Gear. It's like the guards in the super heavy outfits are usually like... What the fuck? They're usually like super limited in their ability to like see and hear because of their heavy defensive gear. Whereas these guys seem almost psychic. What? What set him off? Punch goes the skull. But yeah, you might, as I said, you might remember this mission. The problem here is, like, we've got no way to do this quietly.
That radio transmitter is used to relay messages between outposts.
Development.
Take it out. Good work. You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Mission info has been updated.
Hey, alien, how's it going?
Exfiltrated
You can't let them follow you. Throw off the enemies on your tail first. Alright, the coast is clear. Mission complete.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete, and how?
Really?
We're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
Really? This an S rank? Are you serious? But we were slow. Like, I went to the outpost to get the gun instead of, like, speeding up to some guy in there.
Development project has been added. Staff assigned. Select unit. Staff dismissed. Commencing platform construction. Please select a mission.
Oh, we could have totally got the materials container. That's annoying.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a landing zone. Support helicopter
Roger.
requested. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Yep.
Development complete.
Boss, your heroic deeds appear to have earned the respect of other PFs. Now you'll be able to infiltrate rival PFs' FOBs without having to worry about their nuclear deterrent. Go get one over on these guys who've escaped retaliation thanks to their nukes.
What now?
Please select a landing zone.
Oh, that's that place. Ugh, okay. This is the big fortressy thing.
Deploying.
Not really a fortress, it's just like a square with walls. Alright, I'm relying on you to sniff out the weird, isn't it? Tree dog. Good job. It's all bad, apparently. I see. Right. Wait.
Enemy presence detected.
That's the
Map
target.
has been updated. Enemy presence
I'm pretty
detected.
sure they can be
Map
knocked
has been
out because
updated.
Quiet put a whole bunch of them to sleep. Okay, you might have to just, like, you have to nail them. Witchy boys.
You gonna extract him?
I think these guys get the immediate buff for being a quote-unquote survivor.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Hey, Kuro, how's it going?
You gonna extract him?
Yeah, I mean, that's not that unusual for the G-Gen games. From what I've played of them, they definitely have some, like, bullshit fuck you objectives.
The map has been updated. Side op completed. Side ops list updated.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Oh, I should try to extract on one of those boxes with the wormhole. That's a good, I forgot from earlier when we talked about that. That's definitely something we need to try. Don't mind me while I just loot my way across the countryside.
Please select a landing zone. Support helicopter.
I suppose
requested.
we could have totally just been picked up from in the middle of the fortress because there's nobody awake. There's nobody left.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
I'm torn on the G-Gen games because like there's some good stuff there, but my god, they're a time sink.
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Mother Base.
Oh.
You ready to talk? Anything? Still living up to her name. How about you drop the act? Who infected you with a parasite?
We can't let her talk. Put it back.
All I want's a name. That won't trigger anything. Tell me. Tell me! Your lungs have been barbecued. There's traces of rubbing alcohol in your alveoli. This was found adhered to your lungs, intact. A petal. White Star of Bethlehem. The hospital. Skullface sent you to Cyprus to kill Snake. You were burned inside and out.
How did you know that?
That should have been the end of it. But, all things considered, you look pretty damn healthy to me. We have Skullface to thank for that, right?
I was the only one capable of applying them to parasite therapy. Until he stole them from me.
Why are you here? Did Skullface send you? Or did you have your own score to settle with the boss? Refreshing? Salt water.
No! She'll die.
This life isn't yours to take. Enough.
That's enough. If she wanted to kill the boss, he'd already be dead. Same goes for us. She's had plenty of chances. She can talk. She's not here to kill anyone. You're wasting your time. It doesn't matter why she's here. She works for you now. She's in love with the legend.
makes you so sure?
I was the same way once.
What if she's a spy?
What if I'm a spy? Or you? Go on all day.
Boss,
Let her go. She won't speak, so she can't spread the infection.
Na begitten Tisch? Nicht na gitten Tee.
Oh.
Idiki plak anat e.
Oh. Ako kode dziś desni.
Dne bizad.
Belagana gesnita. Katobe yasteta. Asetota. Dodoにしたdodoにした
And this is part of why I'm paranoid about going back to Mother Base when I'm doing things off-stream, because sequences like that can just happen without any indication. Because there was no call that we had to go back to Mother Base. There was nothing, no indicator. It just happened. I do remember that from my original playthrough, which is why I've been so paranoid about it possibly happening. Hey, Peanuts, how's it going?
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Please select landing zone confirmed.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
We weren't even, like, deployed with Quiet. We've been using D-Dog. D-Dog's too good.
Gaining altitude.
What else popped up? Oh god, OKB0. But the problem with OKB0 is it's such a long infiltration.
Please select a landing zone.
That would be going in extremely hot.
Heading to Afghanistan.
We'll drop on the outside.
Deploying. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
No landmines. There's normally landmines. Suppose I shouldn't complain.
Analysis complete.
I wonder, actually. Does this work? No. Something sounds suspiciously like a truck when it's coming to mess up my day.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Good.
He's coming too. Roger that.
How exactly are you wanting us to extract this, now that I think about it? I've come this far. I mean, we have, like, Fulton wormhole technology, but that's not, like, acknowledged in story. Oh, yeah, I guess they did have jets on them, didn't they? That is a thing.
Pod launch confirmed. We'll pick it up. I wonder what kind of secrets are buried in it. I'll let you know if we learn something. Got a report from the intel team. Remember how the man on fire was crushed by Sahelanthropus? Well, the Soviets recovered his body. Could he really be dead? Boss, head for Yaha Ovu's supply outpost and secure the man on fire's body. If Skullface was right, and a thirst for revenge can turn a man into a demon and keep the dead alive.
For revenge!
Man on fire
Hoot
has been coming after us
hoot!
ever since you woke up. Well, that just might be what's left of our old friend Volgan.
Apparently nobody heard it. I was gonna check the airfield out the back here because it does often have supplies. Don't mind me, boys. You didn't see nothing. Need to try to extract on the final crate.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
You can portal yourself out.
Please specify a project. Clouds approaching. Development project has been added.
Yeah, new type, how's it going? As for breaking immersion, like, the game is already so broken, I guess it just doesn't bother me. What breaks my immersion is that the second chapter is not finished and the entire third chapter is non-existent.
Please specify a project. Please specify a project.
All that good stuff still to come, don't forget.
You mentioned that the man on fire was crushed under Sahelanthropus in its hangar.
Yeah. He was caught under the wheels of its transport platform.
But his body wasn't found.
What?
We searched the area the moment we arrived, but there was no trace of him.
I wasn't hallucinating.
I know. I trust you on that. That means someone must have taken the body. When I got there, everything was still as it was. Even Skullface hadn't been touched. I can't see a reason to sneak into a place like that and drag out the biggest, heaviest guy there.
What are you getting at?
Only option left is... he got up and walked away.
That platform ran him over.
Just ran him over.
You're saying that's not enough?
I don't want to believe it, but maybe not. He shrugs off bullets, even rocket strikes. There's no reason to think that would finish him. It seems ridiculous, but I'll start gathering eyewitness accounts just in case.
If you dig up anything concrete, I want to know.
You'll be the first, if I dig anything up.
Commencing platform
But I hope to hell I don't.
No kidding.
Let's go easy on the spoilers for a bit. It hasn't
Please
quite
specify
explained
a
his
project.
business yet. calling it a spoiler, but it's one of those why does this even exist kind of things.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched.
Alright, we're about to hit the 2-hour mark, so I think I might take my break here, because we need to, well, we need to listen to some of these tapes, so the break will work well for covering that, and, well, I've got to take the break. So, take the break I shall. I will leave you guys to listen to the tapes. And I will be back shortly.
The one that covers the parasite that lives on the surface of the skull's bodies is what gives them their power. Similar to my children, who live in my skin. I modified the parasites I isolated from the body of that old man, differentiating them with various abilities. One that can blend perfectly into its surroundings by exposing the pigments in its cells at will. Another that, by harboring multiple species of metallic archaea, can oxidize and reduce metal. Isolating the one that covers and transplanting it into an artificial medium should provide the same abilities as the skulls, but they can only subsist within a human body. Once transplanted into the medium, they will eventually die. Another thing, the weakness of the one that covers is desiccation. Their surface moisture loss is greater than ours. The reason they give off mist is to alleviate this by releasing the salts inside them as microparticles. Water vapor condenses around them, appearing as mist. But this dries out the atmosphere until they cannot even produce mist. And once their supply of water from the host runs out, the parasites are in danger. They, along with their host, enter a form of suspended animation. However, a similar effect occurs if they come into contact with a large amount of water. Rain, for instance. The one that covers will temporarily abandon other processes in his eagerness to absorb the water. Pitijolone. Make the weather your ally.
There's something I've been wondering. Why are you called Code Talker? During World War II, the U.S. military used the languages of different tribes, including the Navajo, as codes, right? I know the term Code Talker was used to mean people sent to the battlefield to speak in those codes. Were you one of them?
Our mother tongue was indeed used for war. But I did not go. I was already over the conscription age. However, I was made to help craft the codes that were spoken. So in a wider sense, you could call me a code talker for that. Navajo is a complex language, and virtually no one outside the US speaks it. They must have thought it was the perfect language to use as a code.
Yeah, in the end, the Japanese never cracked it. The cipher is king in information warfare.
Of course, they didn't simply speak in Navajo. They created substitutions for words according to a code book, and then translated those into our language. Young Diné was sent to the front lines of the Pacific Theater as code talkers. To fight is an honor for the Diné. They were the pride of our people. But I cannot say this history brings me joy. Words are alive. When they are spoken, life is breathed into them. They become a part of the listener. Our words were transformed into lifeless ciphers and used for war. This, after the Black Ana spent generations suppressing the language.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I guess we shouldn't be calling you code talker, huh?
No, I do not mind. The reason Skullface called me code talker was because I also am responsible for coding language into the vocal cord parasites. I am the same as those young warriors, used for a cipher's sake. I must never forget that. The name, Code Talker, is a lesson carved into my being.
You said Skullface ordered you to weaponize the vocal cord parasites. But you also said he wasn't the reason.
And he wasn't. I was seduced by the parasites. That is a fact.
How? You mean from your curiosity as a scientist?
That I cannot deny. But there is more to it. The story goes back to the 19th century, to my earliest memory. One day, a man from the government visited our Hogan, our home. I cried as he yanked me from my mother's arms and took me away to an Indian boarding school. From that day forward, I became George. This was the name my teacher gave me. I was forced to give up my Diné name, forbidden from speaking anything but English. If we dared utter a word of filthy Navajo, the teacher made us eat a bar of soap.
Yeah, that was the U.S. government's education policy for Native Americans.
To erase our words was like erasing our people. Their education was tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Over time, the overt persecution of our language stopped. But to this day, it continues to be eaten away by the lingua franca, that is English. Many of the Diné outside the reservations can speak nothing else. And it isn't just our language. Across the world, minority languages are being destroyed by dominant languages. Many are on the verge of extinction.
Enter the vocal cord parasites.
Yes, I began thinking that minority languages needed some sort of deterrent against dominant languages. In order that their peoples and cultures would survive. It was then that I came across literature at the Foundation claiming that man acquired language thanks to a type of parasite, one that distinguishes between languages as a precursor to reproduction. If I could just resurrect it, make it more pathogenic, I would have my deterrent against English. But I failed to hide that aim from Skullface. He noticed. Yes, I wanted to retaliate against the English language, though never did I intend to actually use it as he planned. You know how the story ends. I was forced to study how to make the parasites compatible with all the world's languages. All but English.
However, he in fact secretly isolated an English strain.
I will not be held prisoner by the man's phantom. The English strain must not be allowed to exist either. I have spoken enough. Your men can take it from here. Will you permit me to rest? Have something to eat?
I thought you don't eat.
I can subsist without food. But there is more to the act of eating than nourishment. We receive nature's blessings and reaffirm our part in it. And in doing so, we express our gratitude.
Sorry, it's, hearing you say you don't need to eat and that you're part of nature in the same breath. Anyway, what can we get you? Not exactly a five-star restaurant, but the kitchen's used to serving a lot of different appetites.
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers?
Even we dinner have become Americanized. I eat them often back home.
And you just can't let them go. Well, as far as symbols of the American Empire go, hamburgers are pretty good. The victory of capitalism. Your people suffered so much at the hands of America. And you asked for hamburgers.
We have suffered more than you can know. But I do not see hamburgers as an accomplice. A single dish, providing a balanced helping of nature's blessings. Meat, grain, and vegetable. How could anyone hate such a magnificent thing?
Says the guy who can survive on photosynthesis. Balance has nothing to do with it. You just like a good burger.
That is also true. Be warned, though. I have very high standards.
Don't worry. I do too. All right then. One good old-fashioned all-American icon coming up.
I look forward to it.
Do not underestimate the power of hamburger. Even 100-plus-year-old plant men like hamburger.
Please select a language.
Again, we could go in very hot for this.
Deploying.
All right. Now, if my memory serves, this place is full of like 10,000 guys now.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Damn it, guy. You're being annoying.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Oink.
Enemy
Nope.
presence detected. The map has been updated.
Nope. To an extent, that explains him, but, like, we're not... Like, he's not, like, anyone that has been revealed before.
The map has been updated.
The whole, like, vocal cords thing is, is all related to, the end. The photosynthesizing parasites. No, he was in Afghanistan. He was at OKB-0. Why they brought his body here from OKB-0, I'm not really sure, but... Why? Why Volgan's corpse? What? I don't understand. What is the point of, like, the man on fire doesn't add anything to anything? Why is he here? What was the point? I mean, at least it isn't trying to, like, answer questions. That's when things get worse, when we start trying to retcon stuff. Like the end being parasites.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
But, like, why? Why Volgan? What?
I barely recognize you, Colonel. Skullface used your thirst for revenge against Big Boss, did he?
I knew Volgan was a good bad guy. He was like a proper Saturday morning villain bad guy.
Sign
Boss,
off
I've
completed.
updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Development project has been added.
Development project has been added, what?
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a mission.
Oh, God. Wait. Obviously, we've got to have done that mission. I just don't remember it. Oh. Yeah, no, I do remember it. Fuck that. That's goddamn fucking skulls. Skulls in the airport. Yuck. Big yuck. I wonder, complete stealth required. Game over upon detection by enemy. Chicken hat reflex mode. That's fine. But, like, can we just take the Fulton rocket launcher and Fulton rocket the walker gears out? This is, like, prisoner extraction in OKB-0. Ugh. There's such a long walk in there, because you gotta deploy out here, go all the way up, and then do an OKB-0 infiltration. Ugh. Unicorn. Jesus Christ. We can make Dehon's cosplay as a goddamn magic pony.
Please specify a project.
We do have a buddy that can get us there faster. Cheap. Is there a shower on the decontamination deck? Yeah, exactly. The place that most needs it.
Please the landing zone confirmed.
Roger. This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Side ops list updated. Mission list updated.
You know what? Yeah, okay, we can go sniff some
Please
mines.
select a landing zone. Heading to Afghanistan. Deploying.
Only problem with having the new kettle is the hot water is much hotter than my like 20-plus-year-old decrepit kettle. Nah, I didn't like. I did consider one with like temperature settings, but I was like, nah. I just want a basic kettle what boils, and I wanted one that had like a. It's aesthetically pleasing to me. It's a glass kettle, so you can see all through it, and it's got lights in the base when it's boiling. It glows blue when it's boiling, which just is aesthetically pleasing.
Analysis complete.
Yeah, there was a model that had like from Sherlock? I don't know.
Analysis complete.
I'm going to assume you're referring to a Sherlock that I'm not familiar with, because
The map has been updated.
Sherlock to me would not have an electric kettle. It's a little advanced for 1890. Did they? I don't know. Did they have electric kettles by 1890? They might have. I don't know. This is very like a kettle. At the end of the day, is a very simple implement. Like pre-electric kettles, it was all done on the stove, and I feel like, God damn it, I feel like I should know this because like I've read the Sherlock books, but I don't remember kettle usage. I got distracted by thinking about kettles, and now everything's going to shit, because I walked into a landmine. $1891! That's exactly in time! Well, I mean, like, keeping the heating element separate, I guess you, like, keep the water more pure. It sounds like, though, it's basically just like you've got an electric hot plate heating a normal kettle. Which, yeah, back then that wouldn't have been the most efficient setup, I suspect.
Analysis complete.
Were they all about keeping stuff separate in the 80s? That's when they're doing big, like, colonialism shit, right? Not really keeping things separate when you're intentionally trying to absorb everything into the Empire. Yeah, Arj, how's it going? We were talking about classic literature the other day, weren't we? Oh, of course, because Moby Dick is very relevant to this. I say the Sherlock Holmes books I can highly recommend on classic literature.
Side ops list updated. Extraction arrived at Nether Base. Clouds approaching.
Though I do need to finish reading the latter books. I've gone through the original run a few times before Mr. Doyle was like pseudo forced to write them. But that said, like some of the stuff from that era of like where the publisher basically was like, do more now, is still good stuff. Yeah, Elenator, how's it going? It is very awkward, though, how he tries to, like, write himself out of the issue of the Reichenbach Falls.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
And now, despite me enjoying the original, like, novels a lot, I actually also really enjoy the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies. I think that's considered a bit sacrilege, but I really quite enjoy them.
Boss, about that AI pod you retrieved from Emmerich's research facility. Guess what we found inside? A corpse. Human. The pod maintained a low internal temperature the whole time, and very little outside air got in. That would have slowed down decomposition. Still, the remains were mostly skeletal. Estimated time of death is between 6 months and a year ago. We put the screws to Huey about it. Listen to the tape. Turns out it was the body of someone we knew very well.
I'll listen to that in a second.
Heading to Mother Base.
Listen to that tape while we go for a shower.
Fine. Yes, Strangelove was doing AI research in that lab.
Why hide that until now?
Why? Okay, so what? I wasn't working alone. You've got to understand. You do understand, right? I didn't want to drag her into this. It's my load to bear, alone.
So you didn't create the AI intended to drive Sahelanthropus. It was Strangelove.
Skullface was never in favor of AI control. So naturally they argued. Strangelove, she got him angry and he killed her.
How? You didn't see it? So you found her inside that pod after the fact. And you just left her body to rot in there. Or perhaps you put her in there afterward.
I asked him not to take her away from me.
So she was killed by Skullface, but you asked nicely, and he put her body in the AI pod for you.
That's right.
Pathetic. You know, we have another idea. That you killed her.
What, me? I couldn't kill her.
You killed her and locked her body in the pod.
I wouldn't. Don't treat me like one of you. I can't just kill anyone whenever I feel like it. I'm a normal human being.
Oh, I see. So you just shut her inside. and waited for her to die.
I would never do that.
What, you mean she killed herself?
Yes. She climbed inside that pod and shut the door. It can't be opened from the outside. It was suicide.
Huh?
Suicide, I said. She killed herself. She got in when I wasn't looking and suffocated. She'd often try to do things like that. By the time I realized and opened the door, she wasn't breathing. I got scared and shut the pod again. I couldn't bring myself to open it back up. That's right. Me? Kill her? What
Roger.
is wrong with you?
I see. Just tell me one more thing.
Haven't you gotten enough today?
Okay, I see it's a painful memory. You don't have to answer, just listen to the question. You see, we examined her remains. She had a scar on her lower abdomen, a surgical scar. It had been stitched up and had fully healed, meaning it was long before her death. She had a child, didn't she? Your child. Where's the kid?
How should I know?
So there is a child.
I've never seen his face.
What do you take us for?
They took it all. Even my child. I didn't even know he'd been born. I lost everything.
How old would he be?
It's 4 years since then.
And you know it's a boy.
Strangelove said so.
And his name?
We called him Hal, even though I never saw his face.
Otacon doesn't even have his Otacon name yet, and he's already suffering.
Volgan, the GRU colonel, was burned alive with a Shagohod during Operation Snake Eater 20 years ago. Despite suffering severe burns to his entire body, he still clung to life. After you left Seleniarsk, Volgan's body was taken to a research institute in the outskirts of Moscow. But modern medicine couldn't explain why he was still alive. Not that the colonel was any ordinary man to begin with. That constant electric current he had running through his body that he could unleash at will. To be honest, I was always uncomfortable around him. Thought I might get electrocuted just by standing nearby. The institute studying him was tasked with investigating and developing human paranormal abilities. The comatose Volgan was used to further the Soviet Union's research into such abilities. But not long ago, the facility burned to the ground. And Volgan's body was never found among the rubble, even though the fire started in the room where they were keeping him. This occurred at around the same time you woke up. If Skullface was right, and a thirst for revenge can turn a man into a demon and keep the dead alive, then this man on fire who's been coming after us ever since you woke up, well, that just might be what's left of our old friend Volgan. It's not over yet. Back in '64, in Seleniarsk, you brought his plans for a utopia down in flames. That grudge is what's keeping him alive. The day the research facility holding Volgan burned down, a Soviet jumbo passenger jet happened to crash nearby, far away to the north of that hospital in Cyprus. On board the plane was a young boy who was being studied at the same facility. The plane fell to Earth from over 8,000 feet, but the boy's body was the only one not recovered. At almost exactly the same time as the crash, Volgan awoke in that facility. According to the Research Institute's documents, the gifts this boy demonstrated included psychokinesis and telepathy. To protect his mind from being inundated with other people's thoughts, he always wore a kind of gas mask. A rudimentary form of psychic insulation, apparently. We don't know where this boy is, but if Skullface is connected to him, we may cross paths with him yet. This boy is part of a new age, where nothing we understand about the world makes sense anymore. Don't let your guard down.
Jack. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family. I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today. To make the world one again.
Sun will rise momentarily.
If we broke well, the original AI pods we broke pretty badly.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Staff assigned. Select unit. Staff dismissed. Please select landing zone confirmed.
Yeah, you've got to kind of go out of your way to find some of the, like, elements of the game that are here now. Chapter 2 is a bit disjointed.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
And a lot of this is just me operating off of my memory of my first playthrough of the game, where I just spent a lot of time fucking around and exploring.
Gaining altitude.
Right, okay. Let's say, why have we not loading screened?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Please select a mission.
Boss, research materials have been stolen from Code Talker's mansion. The materials were packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. You have to recover those containers. The pickup crew coming for those documents is none other than XOF. That's right. They're still active, even after Skullface's death. Now that he's no longer in charge, their original chain of command has been restored. Meaning if XOF gets those documents, Code Talker's research ends up in Cypher's hands. According to Code Talker, the research papers stored in that mansion account for over 50 years of study. The problem is the vocal cord parasites. If the papers documenting that research fall into Cypher's hands, they'll take another long, hard look at them. The ethnic cleansers we thought were history will become a reality. America, Zero, will have a weapon far more powerful than any nuke. Even worse, if this knowledge were to leak, the world, humanity, can't be entrusted with this kind of power. Recover the containers before the enemy extraction choppers arrive.
Mission accepted. Heading to Central Africa.
Certainly makes it sound like we want to drop in the back.
Deploying.
What? Okay, that confused the shit out of me. Like, how can we get a phone call on a loading screen? Thanks for the follow, Don. How's it going?
Boss, Code Talker's research has been stolen. The research materials have been packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. Enemy extraction choppers will be there any minute. You have to find and retrieve those containers before they arrive. That area is being guarded by zero-risk security, and their client is XOF. If the choppers make off with the containers, that research will end up in Cypher's hands. That cannot be allowed to happen. One other thing, boss. We need a cargo-capable Fulton extraction device to recover the containers. Use your iDroid to order its development and have it dropped in.
Don't worry, I've got even better than that. Fucking magic Fultons. That's for Brotherhood of Steel. I mean, I could probably stream some, like, original Fallout if that's what you want.
Boss, looks like they're stepping up security around the target. Watch yourself.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Yeah, fair enough. I didn't think it would be your thing, but you're the one that brought up Brotherhood of Steel.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been
Visibility in the jungle
updated.
isn't great. Watch out. You could run into the enemy at any time.
Feel the roots, the branches. Become one with the forest. The forest is aware of the enemy's noise.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
I don't really need to listen to the forest, I just need to listen to the Borfer. But that's, like, if I was going to do Fallout, which I honestly have been legitimately tempted to do Fallout on stream, I'd be doing, like, original.
They must know where the containers are. If you can just squeeze it out of them.
I see. They're fully armored. Yeah, like, if I was to stream it, I would be streaming the original games, not the modern games.
hasn't picked up the enemy choppers. But it's only a matter of time before they arrive. I've updated the info on your iDroid. Take a look.
Updated.
The PF soldiers have no idea what's in those containers. Strictly a need-to-know basis.
Spit it out.
Oh, interesting. That's different. God, detail, come on.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we were going to do Fallout, I'd start with Fallout 1.
That leaves one target to go. Take care of the next one.
Extraction arrived at Mother
Boss,
Base.
our early warning radar
Enemy
just picked up
presence
the enemy
detected.
choppers.
The map
We'll
has
keep
been
you informed of
updated.
their ETA. Hurry up and extract the target. You can't go firing on the XOF
Enemy
choppers.
presence detected.
If we attack
The map
XOF
has
now,
been
it'll be a
updated.
declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come, but it's not now.
Actually, there's a very good chance there'll be another Battletech stream, because I've been playing a fair bit of that off stream. Ambush. Nope, not bush. Surprise, motherfucker!
Boss, you don't have much time. Move it. All right. Target extraction confirmed. We've avoided the worst possible outcome. Exfiltrate the area. The enemies notice the targets are gone. They'll be looking for you. Hurry up and exfiltrate the hot zones.
We got no sub-objectives, though.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
The, like, the setup for the mission here is kind of funny, though. Like, literally everyone's just in, like, max body armor. Just like you're just not allowed to use your weapons.
Caution. Rain approaching. Analysis complete.
CFDF, begrijp. Houd die
want to kind of grab that, like, patrol leader guy. If I can. I'm curious about that. Did he get LOD faced there? His face was in like terrible resolution for a little tiny bit.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been development complete.
What a weird walk animation. If literally every guard is just going to get slowly summoned to this area one by one, we will put them all to sleep. Well, given it just went bing, I'm gonna say yes, I was supposed to extract him.
The map has been updated.
Whoop.
Boss, that's a serious injury. It won't heal on its own. You'll need to treat it with first aid.
How did we die that one time in an early game? Where we fell down like a chest-high wall and died. Now we're yeeting ourselves off of buildings without dying.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Extraction arrived at mother base. Please support helicopter requested.
Yeet ourselves off a building, break our leg, and the solution is, yeah, just walk it off. You'll be right, mate. Don't worry. No walkers. delicious hell portal sheepies. Tending the lambs through hell cooks them just right. Hey, Zelda, how's it going? We never got around to doing more Zelda games, did we? We only did Link to the Past.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete, boss.
I wonder what all the sub-objectives were for that.
We got Code Talker's research materials back in one piece. The medical team has them under lock and key in the quarantine facility. The materials should help their research into the vocal cord parasites. Cypher won't be getting their hands on them now.
Yeah, I do remember this. You get just, like, again, it's super unfinished. You just get spammed with tapes at this point. Rather than, like, integrating the plot into, you know, plot sequences.
Boss,
I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid. Boss, some of the kids we've been keeping here have escaped. We don't know why they ran off, but it may have something to do with Ralph's death. The intel team's looking for them as we speak. I'll add information to your side ops list as it comes in. You need to locate and secure those kids. I'll try to find out what happened.
Weather will clear shortly.
And you can sort of see what I've been saying about it being a bit disjointed at this point as well.
Please select a mission.
What was it? Riding a Fulton out! Nice. That's cool. I'm gonna quickly redo this. Normally I wouldn't, but I think I can speedrun this and get a Fulton exit. I didn't even think to Fulton exit. That would have been very clever. But it normally doesn't let you do that on story missions.
Research has been stolen. The research materials have been packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. Enemy extraction choppers will be there any minute. You have to find and retrieve those containers before they arrive. That area is being guarded by zero-risk security, and their client is XOF. If the choppers make off with the containers, that research will end up in Cypher's hands. That cannot be allowed to happen. One other thing, boss.
One was up there, and just down there somewhere.
Use your iDroid to order its development and have it dropped in. Be careful down there, boss.
The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected.
Looks like they're stepping up security around the target. Watch yourself.
Enemy presence detected. The map has
Now I've got something I want to. I got something I want to try. Can I leap this actually? Nope. It does show the leap icon. It's just a leap to death.
Okay? Snake!
Your targets are 2 containers. Locate and extract them both. Boss, looks like they're stepping up security around the target. Watch yourself.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Visibility in the jungle isn't great. Watch out. You
Now,
can run into the enemy at any time.
I am curious, will this work?
Feel the roots, the branches.
I don't know if this works through armor.
You must be too.
Knock knock. It does work through armor.
Stay okay.
It's kind of awkward to control.
You gotta extract him.
You have arrived at your destination.
Target extraction confirmed. That leaves one target
Extraction
to go.
arrived at
Take
the
care of the
base.
next one. Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA. Hurry up and extract the target.
You can't go firing on the XOF choppers. If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come, but it's not now.
Guards, they must know where the containers are. If you can just squeeze it out of them.
The map has been updated.
All right. Target extraction confirmed. We've avoided the worst possible outcome. Exfiltrate the area. Go ahead and call the chopper. You can also exfiltrate the mission
The map
area
has
by
been
land.
updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
Whoosh.
Boss.
Please select a mission. Staff assigned. Select unit. Staff dismissed. Staff assigned. Please select a mission.
Wait, did that just fail? I wasn't paying enough attention. Well, damn, alright. A 2.5 hour fail, don't mind.
Please select a mission.
Boss, we need you to get back a film canister one of our informants hid in the field. He was working under my orders to investigate the extraordinaries that showed up in Cyprus. The man on fire and the floating boy that keeps showing up where they're not welcome. Apparently they were the subjects of some top-secret research conducted by the Kremlin. Unfortunately, that meant our informant drew the attention of the KGB's Directorate S, and they took him out before we could make contact. The good news is he placed a report in a film canister and hid it somewhere in Spookmate Keep. Just before he died, he transmitted VI of the hiding place to us, but the data was cut off partway through. The image is far from clear, but it might provide the clue you need. We'll be analyzing the data further to try to clear it up, but for now, get to Spookmate Keep. The KGB have already dispatched a Spetsnaz squad to retrieve that film canister and cover the whole thing up. Boss, there's no time to waste. Head to Spookmate Keep and use the VI as a clue to find and retrieve that target. Why was Sahelanthropus mobile? How are the man on fire and that kid connected to Skullface's plan? If we can just get that report, we can blow it all wide open. Then we can shake off the last remnants of Skullface and the phantoms he left behind.
Mission accepted. Heading to Afghanistan. Deploying.
Boss, retrieve the film canister our informant hid in Spookmate Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data, but there's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmate Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does.
The map has been updated.
Did the doggo just chuck a piss? I think he did.
map has been updated.
I can take the quiet out at some point, I guess, yeah.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
I can hear a truck cooking that sounds like he's gonna make a real asshole of himself.
You have arrived at your destination. The map has been updated.
Rocket to punch! Multi-kill.
You have arrived at your destination.
Boss, we fully decrypted the VI data. Now the target's hiding place should be clear as day. Check your iDroid.
Wait, what? Yeah, this is the problem, is they're all about to start waking up.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
And that's a fucking...
You gotta extract him.
There's no one to contact.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Everybody's gone.
You have arrived at your destination.
You gotta extract him.
Wait, what?
You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Mission info has been updated.
Let me just take all your stuff. Oh! There's more guards. Where did the bird fall off?
Analysis complete.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
I think we've like completely depopulated this mission area. There ain't nothing left.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Please select a land support helicopter
Roger.
requested.
Noise suppression specialist. Is there a prisoner extraction available somewhere here?
Extraction arrived at Mother
Because the noise suppression specialists need to make the ultimate pistol.
Exfiltrated hot zone.
You're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Warning. Mission complete. Great work.
Yeah, you can see that, like, the tapes are really starting to rack up now.
Side ops list updated.
Boss, I have a quick report for you here. We've discovered a radiation leak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform. It's coming from testing equipment we installed the other day. Members of the medical team have been conducting research there, but we'll evacuate them all from the research block to the containment block next to it. Emmerich.
There's no need to worry. No radioactive material is leaked, so the contamination won't spread. We just need to seal off the testing equipment.
I've dispatched the security team to get the researchers out. I'll keep you updated.
Please select a mission. Clouds approaching.
There is indeed a prisoner to be had, and that's the noise suppression specialist. Unfortunately, there isn't really like a nice clean way to speedrun that. Extreme quiet? That sounds unpleasant.
Please select a mission. Staff assigned. Select unit. Staff dismissed. Please select a mission.
Jesus Christ, that's really the best we can do is 54% chance of success?
Unit dispatched.
Oof.
Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
Yeah, the tapes are really stacking up now. Holy shit.
Boss, we gave Ralph, that kid who died in the accident, a burial at sea. The man in charge of that facility has been severely punished. But ever since, the kids have been acting strange. It's obvious they've lost their trust in adults. I was getting reports of them ignoring the staff, or getting insolent, and even violent. And a few days later, several of the kids did a disappearing act. They snuck into choppers and shipping containers and got off base. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. These kids were born in a war zone and forced to grow up as war fighters. If they're left alone, war is how they'll die. But I thought we showed them there are other reasons to live. I never liked having children on Mother Base. But the thought of them going back to the battlefield and picking up their old lifestyle is something I can't stomach. It makes me think of Chico, 9 years ago. We have to get those kids back. Hell, they know too much about our operation.
Please select a
I never
landing
expected even the kids to betray us.
zone. Heading to Central Africa. Deploying.
We finished decoding the informant's report. That floating kid we've run into a few times now. Looks like he was a test subject in clinical experiments. The Soviets called him the Third Boy. The Third Boy was brought to a lab on the outskirts of Moscow from Czechoslovakia, after which he was due to be sent to a research center in Leningrad,
The third child?
Siberia, and finally an academic town in Novosibirsk. It doesn't appear that the researchers witnessed the talents we've seen from him, but nevertheless he was quite the popular subject. His latent cognitive abilities suddenly awoke en route to Moscow. According to the report, the Third Boy was easily influenced by other individuals' biofields. Evil thoughts, in particular. They affected his mind like a virus. Extreme anger or resentment, motives for revenge, in other words. Now, during the transport flight to Moscow, the boy was exposed to a powerful mental energy field coming from a certain individual. Ever since, being conscious of his powers, he's become a sort of energy generator. What's unique about him is the way his acute telepathic abilities get taken over by another person's will. The boy began to physically parasitize individuals experiencing extreme anger and codify the host's desires. This includes amplifying the host's natural strengths. Or, in accordance with the host's desires, he can also implant program code in another individual, making them a puppet, essentially. Human neural synapses transmit weak electrical currents between neurons. These electrical currents, though at a level difficult to observe, warp the magnetic field outside the body. The Third Boy is able to pick up these weak fluctuations. Contrary to psychotronics, which involves controlling the human mind, his abilities as a receptor are too high. The emotions he picks up from another individual are amplified and unleashed into his body as they recur in his brain. They turn into microwaves, which then affect the physical world, triggering paranormal phenomena like the spontaneous combustion of organic matter or psychokinesis, moving an object without touching it. There's one other thing. While he's parasitizing a host, the boy's ego gets shut away, allowing the will of the host to take control of his powers, like some annoying static drowning out your own voice. That means he isn't responsible for what's been happening. Somebody's extreme anger has manifested through the third boy's powers in ways none of us could have predicted. Which would mean this was going on somewhere around us.
That's the target.
Looking back on it, a lot of things make sense now. The man on fire, Sahelanthropus, they both came to life thanks to the third boy's powers. Everything has been happening through him as a catalyst. We first saw him in the hospital on Cyprus. The boy parasitizing the man on fire's desire for revenge gave him his new abilities in return. He next appeared at the Hamid Fighters Fort where the honeybee was hidden. There, the boy parasitized Skullface's vengeful mind. He controlled Sahelanthropus.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Same goes for when we extracted Emmerich onto the chopper. When he appeared at the Devil's House in Central Africa, Skullface's will controlled the man on fire via the third boy's powers. Everything is clear up to this point. But even the informant couldn't pinpoint who the host was in the cave within Serac power plant. Sahelanthropus suddenly became active, then crushed not only the man on fire, but Skullface as well. Surely neither of them could have been the host. Who else was at that location and bore anger more extreme than either of them? Whose will was controlling Sahelanthropus? According to the report, emotions transmitted in children's brains affect the surrounding magnetic field more strongly. Cerebral nerves are covered with insulation called myelin sheaths to increase impulse speed. The reason for this leakage has to do with the fact that children's myelin sheaths are still developing. So, how many children do you remember being there? Children with a burning desire for revenge and bearing a grudge against you. I can think of only one. Eli. We don't know what kind of life he's had, but the resentment he's shown toward adults is nothing.
You gotta extract him.
The third boy resonated with Eli's mind. And that means Eli bore the strongest animosity of all individuals within the boy's reception range, estimated to be a 3-mile radius, beating out even Volgan and Skullface. The third boy's probably remained hooked on Eli's anger since. You remember at the Devil's House, the third boy showed an interest in Shabani? That must have been his ego making a rare appearance. He may possess abilities far beyond anyone else in the world, but he's still a kid. Maybe them both being kids was enough to bring them together. And if so, maybe with Eli, he isn't feeding off him, but acting in symbiosis with him. So what kickstarted the third boy's powers? If we look at the location and time that his plane went down, we can make a pretty good guess. When the plane experienced the first anomaly, it gave an accurate report of its position to a control tower. Due north of the Black Sea, 120...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Dead south on the Black Sea is Cyprus's Green Line. So the plane's position was directly north of the hospital where you'd been asleep for 9 years. And this anomaly was reported at exactly the same time that you woke up.
You gotta extract him.
Flame from the inside out. The fuselage burnt to ashes. There were no survivors. At least not publicly admitted. Your thoughts formed a synchronicity with the boy's psyche and were amplified inside his brain. That would have been more than enough to trigger his abilities. Your rage was like a big bang in his head, blowing the lid off his powers. The boy was then secretly moved to the lab outside of Moscow where Volgan was comatose. There, Volgan's thoughts resonated with the boy and he was awakened. Volgan became the man on fire, hell-bent on getting revenge on you. His instincts led him straight to you. Skullface knew Volgan from Operation Snake Eater, or perhaps from even before. Monitoring this pair of extraordinaries, he discovered the hospital and sent his assassin and XOF. Skullface was probably watching the situation from close by. Then, realizing how useful these two test subjects could be, he approached them. Reacting to Skullface's thirst for revenge, this time the boy let Skullface's will control Volgan. Volgan, at times driven by personal revenge, at times through Skullface's will, kept on moving, though his body was little more than dead meat. Perhaps there were moments where even your thoughts affected him as well. But without the boy's power, it was like the plug had been pulled from the socket. Everything was powered by anger, malice, revenge. This is how the end of the report sums things up. Both the third boy and the man on fire were originally test subjects of paranormal research for military applications. Like telekinetically controlling the leader of an enemy nation and making him launch a nuke. Or stopping the heart of someone on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall. Experimenting with latent human abilities. They were used as tools of the Cold War. The boy's only crime was being born with unique gifts. But he was sacrificed on the altar of war. His life reduced to slavery under other people's wills. Turned into a living weapon with no will of his own. And eventually the only emotion he could feel must have been the desire to get revenge for the hand he'd been dealt. Boss, it's you that awakened the boy's powers. But there's more to it than that. I guess the anger emanating from you was something he could truly relate to.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Just went and installed ourselves a shitload of crates.
Staff assigned. Select unit. Staff dismissed.
Yeah, as I was saying, unfortunately, like, it just dumps,
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Afghanistan.
tapes and tapes and tapes of info on us at this point.
Deploying.
Doesn't really, like, it's someone clearly sat down and wrote the story out, and they just didn't have a way of delivering it. So now you're getting side ops with tapes. Blame Konami is generally a pretty good option.
So what were they doing at Nzoya Badia, Baloo? That facility with all the people laid out in rows?
The abandoned factory Shabani was held in.
It is precisely as you guessed. Black Anna was coding languages into the vocal cord parasites. They infected the subjects with the parasites, then made an incision in the throat to expose the vocal cords. That allowed them to play recordings of a desired language directly to the parasites.
And the parasites learn the languages that way. That's some teaching method. I just don't get how a bunch of bugs had the brain power for it.
They don't. Do not judge them by human standards. They do not learn as a function of intellect.
Then how do they do it?
What language the parasites react to is coded into their genes. You could expose the Japanese strain to English for years.
That's the target.
Never learn the language and react to it. The pronunciation, rhythm, and structure are different. But what about, say, Spanish and Portuguese? Linguistically, the two are very close.
Yeah, they're both Ibero-Romance languages.
Even so, a Spanish language mating pair exposed to Portuguese will not copulate. Only when they hear Spanish. Only then. And the majority of their offspring will be the same.
So it's a little case of a mother tongue.
But if that's so, I don't see how the different strains can be created in the first place.
Well, among the many thousands of offspring, there may be just a few that react to Portuguese.
You're talking about mutations.
Correct. Playing the tapes helps to identify the mutant strains. Those specimens are then isolated and bred with one another. From their children, specimens that react more strongly to Portuguese can again be selected and bred. Repeating this process creates a strain that reacts solely to Portuguese and never to Spanish. Mutation and selection. No different to breeding roses.
So you kept increasing the change over the generations, adapting them to languages from all over the world. Must have taken a hell of a lot of patience.
More like patience. Just how many died for this?
There's something I still don't get. In order to tell which larvae will react to Portuguese, you'd have to let them develop and then see which copulate. That means you'd need tens of thousands of guinea pigs.
You gonna extract him?
You do that in a facility that small.
For normal selective breeding methods, you would be right. But there is a more effective selection method when training the vocal cord parasites.
Go on.
It is not only when mating that the parasites listen for language. Shortly before hatching, larvae display markedly increased activity in reaction to particular language.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Under a black light. So the eggs that react to Portuguese are selectively placed in the throats of subjects. So you see, narrowing down strains that react to the target language is an effective process. Though I'm sure that even so, many lost their lives to create the various strains.
You gonna extract him?
Taken against their will into that dungeon.
There are two reasons for playing the tapes for the parasites. One, to isolate the eggs that respond to the target language. And two, to cause the specimens raised from the selected eggs to mate.
I get how the system works. But why do they respond to
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
It's not like they can mate from inside an egg.
It is because the larvae learn the language before hatching.
You mentioned that what language the parasites respond to is hard-coded into their genes, and that they don't have the brain power to actually learn a language. But then you say that the larvae at Nzoia Badia Bulu were learning the languages in the egg. Your story doesn't add up.
Your country is home to a unique songbird. The Japanese bush warbler.
Sure, what of it?
What a beautiful...
You gonna extract him?
No bush warbler can sing it perfectly at the start. As chicks, they can barely chirp at all. They must learn from their parents and other adult birds. Only then can they sing properly and attract females.
He's coming too. Roger that.
There are individual differences in each bird's call. Though they start on the same footing, each bird is influenced by its teachers.
And the parasites are the same?
Like the birds, the parasites have a genetic predisposition towards a particular language. But while in the egg, the larvae's ears are tweaked by listening to the voice of the host. This tweaking ensures that the grown parasites will react better to the host's speech pattern.
Why would they have an ability like that?
Well, there are distinct regional differences within even the same language. Rare is the language that has no unique dialects. Yes, learning the host's speech pattern before hatching attunes the larvae to whatever twist of pronunciation it will encounter. This adaptive ability is what makes them so formidable.
I see. So a language requires selective breeding, but the parasites can learn dialects by themselves.
Of course, having the egg-stage larvae listen to the tapes in the factory was not meant to teach them. It was more important to use that trait of theirs to identify the mutated strains. As I mentioned earlier,
Is that really accurate to use as a weapon? You could wipe out a neighboring ethnic group by accident if their pronunciation is too close.
What you say is true. In that sense, they are imperfect as ethnic cleansers. But for his purposes, they are good enough. His objective was not to exterminate any one ethnic group, but to render the world's lingua franca, English, inert.
Clouds approaching.
You were asking about the dialects there, Fab?
Please select a landing zone.
I think we can get up the side of this.
Heading to Central Africa. Deploying.
Oh boy.
Face's plan is almost complete. At that point, I will no longer be of use to him. I must leave behind this record at least. A record of how the ancient vocal cord parasites became these abominable ethnic cleansing parasites. I believe he has two purposes for the ethnic cleansing parasites. The first, as their name suggests, is ethnic cleansing. This conflict between East and West that envelops the world will not last much longer. Once the Cold War ends, and the weight of America and the Soviet Union is lifted away, the ethnic conflicts they kept suppressed will all rise to the surface. It is not difficult to imagine that the radical sides will begin cleansing their adversaries. But what if an ethnic cleansing parasite matching the language of the aggressors were to be unleashed? The aggressors would be washed off the earth. At the very least, the idea eradicate your people would prove a powerful deterrent. The second purpose is the Englishization of the world. To cipher the organization. This is probably their main use. Man thinks in words, or rather, words are man's very means of thinking. If you erase a word representing some concept, the concept itself disappears from the world. Nishone means beautiful in Navajo, but the image that comes to mind when we say Nishone differs from the Blagana's beautiful. An azure sky, a rolling landscape, lush greenery. The meaning we place in Nishone has its roots in Dene culture. If we lose the word Nishone, the images of our beautiful homeland would be washed away into oblivion along with it. Just as Orwell indicated years ago, Cypher, being based in America, is pushing Englishization for this very reason. Suppose all 5 billion people on this planet come to read, speak, and think in English. Their wills could also be streamlined under English. Cypher's control would be all the easier. Economic governance would progress in leaps and bounds. The ethnic cleansing parasites would be a great aid in accomplishing this goal. There is no need to destroy every language besides English. All they need to do is weaken other dominant languages competing with it. Russian, Chinese, Arabic. If people know they risk their lives speaking such languages, they will flock to the lingua franca that is English. Cypher need not even focus attention on smaller languages. After all, they are already being eaten away by English. Business, education,
Roger.
commodities. English has permeated every area of global society. I can see this when I look at young Dene. Some of them have already lost their grasp of the Navajo language. It is said that over 2,000 languages of the world are facing extinction. This very moment, cultural concepts and forms of expression are disappearing forever. The spread of electronic networks gives greater meaning to Englishization. Networks have no national borders. By basing them on a single language, they can penetrate deeper into and between people. That basic point of unity provides the ideal environment for someone who aims to control people's wills. But how does this differ from building the Tower of Babel? The ethnic cleansing.
Yes, some of these tapes are very long.
Such irony. It was the vocal cord parasite.
Departing!
Huge ass plot dumps. Yep.
Please select a landing zone. Mission not accepted.
Interesting.
Please.
Oh, actually, this is what we need the noise suppression specialist for. It was on one of those other missions as a extra thing that we could get.
Please select a mission.
That's like post end game gear though. That's
Please select a mission.
ugh.
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Mother Base.
All the ones we have available thus far, Huff. We haven't had more come available to us yet. I know.
Boss, welcome home.
Please select a landing zone. Landing zone confirmed.
Roger.
Good dog.
Poor Pequod's really just like, what the fuck are you doing?
This is Pequod. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Clouds approaching.
Okay. We will indeed take a break here and put more tapes on while I'm taking said break. I will be back in a bit. Enjoy more plot dump.
The ethnic cleansing parasites attempt to rob man of his words. Such irony. It was the vocal cord parasites that gave words to him in the first place. Ancient man had no language, unable to produce complex sounds due to the structure of the throat. He could communicate only through simple vocalizations and gestures. Then the vocal cord parasites infected his larynx. Man's transition to walking upright did not gift him solely with intelligence, but also with his voice. At the time, the vocal cord parasites never harmed man. They merely took a small measure of nourishment. In fact, you could call it a symbiotic relationship. Some animal species use particular vocalization patterns to attract a female and reproduce. Songbirds, certain insects, and also the vocal cord parasites. The difference is that the parasites themselves did not produce sounds. Rather, they had their hosts, man, do it for them. Once secure on the human host vocal cords, a male vocal cord parasite caused the host to produce a certain sound pattern, something like a warble of a bird. Meanwhile, females parasitizing other host pharynxes need only wait. Upon hearing the sound pattern of an attractive mate, they would manipulate their hosts into making contact with the person it came from. The female traveled through his host's saliva to the other host's vocal cords, where the male was waiting and the pair copulated. We can only imagine how the female manipulated his host, but it was probably through smell. Smells traveled directly to the limbic system via the olfactory cilia in the nasal cavity. Volatile compounds released by the female would stimulate the limbic system, which controls instincts, making the host feel amorous. This kind of sexual selection naturally led to competition between the male parasites. Males that had their hosts produce sounds perceived by females as more attractive succeeded in copulating and producing offspring. Evolutionary traits caused by sexual selection are curious. The peacock's feathers, the mannequin's dance, the firefly's luminescence pattern. Even with courtship behaviors that are not advantageous to survival, those individuals that excel in them produce offspring, and it escalates with each generation. The same was true of the vocal cord parasites. Courtship vocalization rhythms and intonations became more sophisticated, and in order for man to produce such sounds, they had to alter his vocal organs. By lowering the position of the larynx and developing resonating chambers, they enabled more complex pronunciations. But that was not all. The vocal cord parasites activated a transcription factor that would later control man's language ability. A protein that, due to its appearance, is called forkhead box protein P2, or FOXP2. Activating this transcription factor led to the development of brain function capable of creating sophisticated frequency changes. This was the pinnacle of the vocal cord parasite's prosperity. However, this sophisticated pronunciation control was too useful for man to ignore. Once human sexual activity ceased to be only seasonal, and having lost pigment-based sexual characteristics, distinctive vocalizations became the most effective means for humans to attract mates as well. Combined with logic pathways hardwired into the brain, or universal grammar, it was not long before advanced communication was possible. This was the birth of language. Luckily for man, it was around this time that a particular retrovirus was circulating. While not lethal, it infected not only man, but the vocal cord parasites as well. It is presumed that this virus removed part of the parasite's DNA and reverse transcribed it into man's reproductive cells. It was a vector. Among the genes it transcribed were the ones responsible for the production of language. The vocal cord parasite's vocalization genes were written into the human genome. The parasites were no longer of any use to man now. Man could use his voice as he pleased, when he pleased, hindering the parasite's courtship vocalizations. Having lost their opportunity to reproduce, the parasites died out, leaving behind only the transcribed genes. The vocal cord parasites were once in symbiosis with man. Its genes even became a part of his. Humans and parasites are extremely close. As such, it will be extremely difficult for man's immune system to eliminate the vocal cord parasites. Even cutting them out will be no simple matter, which is exactly why these ethnic cleansing parasites are such a formidable weapon. The rise of the vocal cord parasites goes back approximately 300 million years to the Permian period. At that time, they were not even parasites, but predatory autotrophs. They are believed to have been the common ancestor to the Pentastomida and the Cyclops genus of copepods. However, Earth's environment underwent a violent change at the end of the Permian period. The cause is unclear, but evidence suggests that over 90% of the Earth's organisms at that time died out. The most pronounced threat to the protoparasites was the severe reduction in oxygen concentration. The result was cladogenesis, a splitting that gave birth to a new strain that could parasitize other organisms' respiratory apparatus. This survival tactic helped lower their oxygen consumption, and inhabiting the throat kept them securely in contact with inhaled air. The survivors were those that parasitized the reptiles that flourished at the time. Entering the Triassic period, the reptiles evolved into dinosaurs, and the protoparasites shared in their success. Dinosaurs developed respiratory organs called air sacs to adapt to the low oxygen environment. These in particular helped the protoparasites thrive. But another trial awaited them. The end of the Triassic period saw another drastic change in the Earth's environment. For most parasites, the male and female take the same host. Many are, in fact, hermaphrodites. Originally, the vocal cord parasites were as well. But for any strain to ride out a severe environmental change, it must secure another split. Now the newest strain procreated with mates found in other hosts. And in order to increase its encounters with those mates, the new strain utilized the voice of its host. They came to inhabit the host's vocal cords. This truly was the birth of the vocal cord parasite. The parasites developed the host's pharynx to form resonating chambers and used them to produce sophisticated mating calls. The relatively upright posture of the dinosaurs was important in this, because the crooked L-shaped pharynx was more suited to the development of resonating chambers. These developments ushered in a time of great prosperity for the parasites. But for the third time, the parasites had a major hurdle to overcome. The meteorite impact at the end of the Cretaceous period, which spelled the end of the dinosaurs. With their hosts extinct, the vocal cord parasites had no option but to find a new habitat. Birds, as genetic successors to the dinosaurs, with functioning air sac apparatus already in place, birds were the perfect choice. But the parasites could not survive in birds that flew at high altitudes thinner air. So they parasitized ground-dwelling birds and altered their respiratory system for the sake of reproduction. They gave the birds the means to produce sophisticated sounds. The syrinx responsible for chirping. This is the proof that points to activation of FOXP2 in songbirds as well as humans. The Cenozoic era began with a rise in oxygen concentration, which helped mammals to evolve and increase in size. The parasites then shifted to humans as a more effective host. Humans' bipedal upright walking meant that our throats could support larger resonating chambers. At first, vocal cord parasites entered humans using birds as their intermediate host. But eventually they changed to conducting their entire life cycle within human hosts. What happened next is as I have already described. People took the vocalizing prowess given them by the parasites and made it language. And once the parasites could no longer use it as their mating call, they died out. Or in other words, the parasites overcame all evolutionary hurdles except humanity. Skullface shared his opinion on this matter. He said the Ethnic Cleansers Project was sure to succeed. After all, the parasites had a grudge against us humans. To think we awoke them after such a long slumber, just so they could sate their thirst for vengeance. It is terrible, unforgivable, and yet, it is what I have done. I learned of the vocal cord
And I'm back again. As I said, these are these are unfortunately very, very plot dumpy. Excuse me. And, like, I'm not even opposed to the, like, audio log style stuff. I quite like that in some games, but, like, one of the big problems is that it dumps so many of them on you at once, and they're so long.
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Central Africa. Deploying.
I said I was going to bring quiet at some point. I should do that.
The map has been updated.
I learned of the vocal cord parasite's existence in literature belonging to the Foundation. It was little more than a theory. The question was, why does only Homo sapiens among all primates have highly developed language? Human versus everything else. The missing link between these was the mystery that gave rise to this theory. I was fascinated by the idea of their existence. In the Dine creation myth, to imagine that those insect-like creatures could be humans living in symbiosis with the vocal cord parasites. But I had not the faintest idea of how I could resurrect them. That is when Skullface came to me. What he offered me was not just assistance with my metallic archaea research. He told me the vocal cord parasite...
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed.
An ancient human cadaver, host to the parasites of the time. Cypher excavated such a cadaver from a permafrost region and isolated the DNA coding of the vocal cord parasites. Naturally, they were long dead and could not be brought back. But there was an alternate vessel they could use. A relative species of the Pentastomida discovered in China. It had adapted to live in the nasal cavity of animal hosts. But its genetic sequence showed signs of common ancestry with the vocal cord parasites. Ontogenesis, a path of an organism to maturity, is like a roadmap of the phylogenetic evolution of the entire strain. Cypher used this to effect a reverse evolution of the modern parasite and resurrect the vocal cord parasites. They interposed a developmental mechanism to the ontogenetic stage analogous to when the relative species first appeared, the point at which it split from the vocal cord parasites, forcing its evolution down the other path, the vocal cord parasite path. The larvae is produced by the vocal cord parasites, reborn. I do not know in detail how Cypher accomplished this, but clearly they have access to high-level genetic technologies. Skullface said it was the work of a genius woman scientist, and that the relative species in question was first discovered by a group once called the Philosophers. I was tasked with modifying the resurrected parasites. He charged me with two demands. First, to add lethality to these organisms that had once lived in peace with man, by unleashing the larvae's latent desire to consume nutrients from the host's lung tissue, making them eat and eat until the lungs were destroyed. Second, to have both male and female inhabit the same host and copulate then and there, only when exposed to specific pronunciations continuously over an extended time. What he would do to the Diné if I...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
I had no choice. Originally, the ultimate objective of the ethnic cleansing parasite project was the identification.
Okay, subject is in.
But of actual cultures, language is deeply connected to ethnicity. But many languages are employed by multiple ethnic groups, and confrontation between those ethnic groups is by no means rare. If the cleanser parasites were to be a deterrent against ethnic conflict, they had to distinguish between groups using means other than pure language. The original plan called for this to be achieved by differences in the transmission vector. Each ethnic group has different lifestyle customs and eating habits. For instance, parasites living in shallow water and taken in through the skin could be used to target rice farming groups, or parasites using cows as their intermediate host would be ineffective against cultures that abstain from eating beef. But that is a lofty goal indeed. The current parasites mainly rely on droplet transmission. It would take extensive time to alter the transmission route. I eventually learned that the Ethnic Cleansers project had been shut down. It was Skullface who put it back into operation. But despite that, he told me to forget about the transmission route and just focus on language identification. I do not know why. I understand that the Chinese philosophers who discovered the relative species of parasite originally planned to develop a phonogrammic Alexia parasite. The left temporal parietal region is home to the part of the brain that identifies the phonetic symbols of the English language. They wished to create a strain that would parasitize that region and suppress its literacy functions. The brain area responsible for identifying the logographs of Chinese, meanwhile, is in the left middle frontal gyrus, meaning that even if native speakers of Chinese were infected with the parasite, the literacy would be unaffected. Old and new, east and west, there is no limit to the delusions of those in power. But this delusion threatens to become a reality. I have to do something to stop this. There must be something I can do.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Plot dump. And now we're getting tapes related to the side missions as well.
Snake, you remember the White Mamba? Of course, he's been going by Eli since we brought him on base. He was the leader of the child soldier unit we took out of that village and into our protection. Well, according to the kids you brought back here, all the escapees were especially close to Eli. There's reason to suspect he's behind all 6 escapes. We've already detained him. I'll be questioning him shortly.
Wait. You'll be?
Ocelot.
You're incapable of taking an impartial stance with those kids. Question them all you want. It'll get you nowhere.
Ocelot, you get too many kicks from your art of interrogation.
It's not a matter of art. It's about quick, minimal strokes of psychological warfare. That's what gets the answers. And it's the best way to keep both questioner and subject safe. The risks only increase the more an interrogation drags on. At that point, it causes as much pain to the inflictor as the inflicted.
Like I said, too many kicks.
What I'm trying to tell you is we need quick results. Otherwise, it'll be too little, too late.
I know that.
And besides, I know the subject. I won't go overboard with a kid.
Forget it. You're not needed. Snake, we'll want to question the other kids too. Be sure to bring them all back.
Please select a landing zone.
Hey, Badger, how's it going? We can put her in a assassin outfit from the start of the game. Actually, can we... Does the... Ah, there it is. Yeah, unfortunately, well, we have hit the point of, like, extreme plot dump via tape. They had all this story written for the game, they just didn't know how to deliver it. Or ran out of time to make a proper delivery method, so we get epic plot dumps.
The map has been enemy presence detected. The map
Slowly catching up.
Skullface has finally burned out. The world is rid of his existence at last.
Was he still alive?
You could say that. But you could also say he'd been dead for decades.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's useless.
Biologically speaking, it's hard to say how much was his life.
Side effects from the treatment?
No. The primary effect. Keeping a dying host alive as long as possible. That is the whole point. But in the end, he grew too dependent on his children. As if he had any other way to keep on living. He first underwent parasite therapy before the Soviet Union became his home. His body was horribly burned. Fire washed across his thin young frame and stole his skin and his throat, even his lungs. Only through repeated therapies could the parasites keep him alive. Most of his life became something the parasites gave to him.
This is going to be much more complicated without D-Dog.
That is correct.
According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them.
Composition. At that stage, there is no way to extract them from the host cells. There is no way of knowing when the last cell of Skullface's body would die. The only choice was to burn the whole thing. And his children, along with it. And I am one to talk. When my life is snuffed out, I expect you to treat my body the same way. And when I burn, I will truly be one with my children for the first time. You say there were 3 English vocal parasites.
According to Skullface, yeah.
Skullface has English strain with him. You burned both of them.
There was an oil fire. I tossed him in.
So that just leaves one. And you tell me Skullface said he used it.
He said it was very close to me.
Very close. One of your comrades. Or someone ordered to kill you. Or he could have been speaking metaphorically.
Metaphorically?
Close to your spirit. Close to your heart. Someone who either loves you or despises you.
The second one makes a long list.
Whichever it is, act with caution. Skullface implanted someone with the English language strain. Who it is irrelevant.
Why?
I tell you what Skullface really meant. Very close to you means you will be exposed. All the infected here have been given the Wolbachia. Even if the vocal cord parasites infect them now, they cannot reproduce. But if there's a different host among us, host to the English strain.
If that were the case, we'd see the symptoms.
What about the non-English speakers?
We have plenty of those, but the staff use English as a common language.
But if that someone has not spoken English yet, and begins to speak it now,
there'd be another outbreak.
The final mating pair of the English strain must be found immediately. Skullface is gone, but his threat still remains. On this base, do you see what the final mating pair is? With him dead, those parasites are the stain he wished to leave upon the world. His thirst for vengeance. In the flesh. Think. Does anyone here bear a grudge against you? Who would target you, specifically?
The ethnic cleansers that Code Talker mentioned, they weren't Skullface's true goal. All we have is circumstantial evidence, but here's my theory. It was Cypher who started developing the vocal cord parasites as bioweapons, parasitic weapons, and Africa was the testing ground for them. As Code Talker said, their purpose is the ethnic cleansing of only those who speak a particular language. So they could do a weapon of mass destruction.
Okay, subject is in.
Specific groups, races, ethnicities, or colonies by the language they speak. Or a kind of absolute language control. Or maybe a tool for those arrogant fools to build some misguided utopia. I can see plenty of uses for them. However, in practical terms, they wouldn't be as dangerous as you'd think. Counteracting the parasites is easy, after all. Cut them out of your throat to save your life, or just don't talk. That also prevents the infection from spreading. So if the international community were to find out about them, they'd no longer be the threat they were conceived to be. In which case, their targets would be limited to minority groups as a deterrent or a terrorist tool. It's hard to imagine Cypher developing something like that as a main weapon for their arsenal. That leads me to think we've only tugged on one little thread in Cypher's grand tapestry. An obscure corner of their work, possibly forgotten altogether. In any case, things changed. When Skullface was forced to relocate to Africa and he saw that thread dangling. All the time he continued that research, he was secretly following his own agenda. The ethnic liberator parasites. His English language.
Roger.
Skullface said there were only 3 samples of the English language strain parasite, and I think we can believe him. Bringing his ethnic liberator's plan to fruition depended on creating an English version of the vocal cord parasites at all costs. But an English strain would have been useless to Cypher. Worse, it could have destroyed everything they'd built. It was the one type they couldn't allow. That means Skullface was forced to develop his English strain out of sight of Cypher's network. Naturally, he couldn't use the greenhouse facility Cypher had set up and filled with guinea pigs. Skullface must have found some secret place to create his precious few English parasites, hiding all evidence like a man cheating on his wife. Somewhere, an entirely standalone environment. And when his plan entered its final phase, he must have made the place disappear. Some little room, could be anywhere, but now nowhere at all. We'll never know where he did it, but to elude Cypher's surveillance, it couldn't have been big. I believe Skullface was telling the truth. There were only ever 3 samples of the English language strain. Why activate Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan? This is how Skullface wanted things to play out. The Soviet Union secretly develops a new type of nuclear weapon and successfully deploys it in Afghanistan. Revealing the existence of Sahelanthropus results in a return.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Side ops list updated.
That got a little messy.
Snake, about the escaped children. Eli confessed. The way he tells it, they wanted to go back to the battlefield. Don't rob them of their freedom, he said. If you bring them all back, there will be consequences. Next, he'll be asking for our surrender.
Consequences? What consequences?
No idea. That's all I have for now.
You're too attached to those kids. Stop protecting Eli.
Listen to yourself.
Let me question him, and we'll get some real answers.
Not necessary. I'll report as and when.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a landing zone. Heading
Is this gonna count as a hot drop?
deploying. Please select a deployment point.
Be careful down there, boss. According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be
Please
around here.
select a deployment
Locate and
point.
secure them.
I really should just be bringing D-Dog over this. Like, this is...
Buddy has infiltrated our map has been updated.
exactly his... Bear? They're going on a bear hunt. Wanna catch a big one.
The map has been updated. Side ops list updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Clouds approaching.
Boss, we found weapons in the children's section of the living quarters. As you know, weapons are strictly off limits. We've got some rule breakers. The weapons we found were handmade. Blades ground out of knives and forks, a couple of bow guns built out of scrap, and explosives made using detergents. And get this, the explosives were tightly packed with nails. The kids put the blame on, you guessed it, Eli. I guess that's what he meant by consequences.
I questioned him about it, but this time he claimed they want to be put out on missions. Send us to the battlefield, he says.
Miller, enough is enough. You've protected him too much already. It's my turn to question him.
Protected?
What Eli's doing is issuing a threat. Comply with my demands or I'll respond with force. But it'll be war at this rate. Forks and soap aren't gonna kill us, but some of them will end up dead. Is that what you want? Now, I hate to say it, but they want to be on the battlefield. It's time you gave up this fantasy.
Eli, he said they'd rise up against us if we bring the last kid back.
There, you see? Ignore his demands. Don't let him return to quarters. That attitude is contagious. We'd lose control over them for good.
For the time being, we've confiscated those handmade weapons. We're bumping up security and the number of subject counselors. As for Eli,
he needs some very special care.
You mean solitary?
Well, we can't leave him in contact with the other kids. If you won't do it, I will. Boss, keep working on extracting those kids.
Arriving shortly at LZ. This is P-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Please select a landing zone.
This is kind of a shit deployment. Also, I'm just basically not talking because we're just constantly listening to tapes. Did we listen to that one?
Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan. This is how Skullface wanted the Soviets. Say that plan was stamped out before it got up and running. The world's intelligence agencies never did turn up anything conclusive. After all, Sahelanthropus vanished before word could spread. Everything that's happened is already a fading memory, never to join the pages of history. Except for Cypher. Cypher won't forget. They'll already be working on something, quietly, beneath the surface. They'll use the pieces of data scraped together from this incident to build their own bipedal weapon. It'll take them a long time to complete it, but for now, the Greed sector have found their new life's work. We'll have to be ready too. Hewitt's dug up some interesting facts about our skull-faced friend. 9 years ago, he was exiled to South Africa, stripped of political power. The upshot's that he ceased being a serious threat, in Cypher's eyes anyway.
According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them.
One that answered to his will alone. Those men likely had no idea their orders were coming from Skullface. They probably didn't even know the organization was a part of Cypher at all. Anyway, it was in South Africa where he found renewed interest in parasites. And when he discovered the vocal cord parasites, he began to make his plan. Wipe the English language out of existence. Free the world, not by taking men's lives, but by taking their tongues. In his eyes, the greatest symbiotic parasite the world's ever known isn't microbial. It's linguistic. Words are what keep civilization, our world, alive.
There was something Skullface said. America is made up of many peoples, but those peoples never mix. Quite so. One nation, home to hundreds of different ethnic groups, many of whom stick to their respective living areas. Little colonies, not interacting with other groups, going out of their way to avoid one another. Their land, organizations, relationships. Thus, the United States of America is no melting pot. It is more of a salad bowl. It is not made up for one people, but for its minorities to function in society. A common ground is needed. Language. Even if the country is not one. No. Because it's not one, a lingua franca is necessary. English. American hegemonism was born from the illusion that English could unite diverse ethnicities.
Oh.
In taking in people from around the globe, America became a microcosm of it. Now the boundaries between it and the rest of the world have become blurred. However different our neighbors may be, English enables symbiotic relationships with each other. If English can bring unacquainted neighbors together in America, this should hold true for the world. This salad bowl that is the world can also become one.
Unfortunately, quiet's just not that useful compared to the dog.
List updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Please select a deployment point. Please select a drop point. Please select a landing zone. Support helicopter requested.
I'll click the right button eventually. Landmine multiple. You know who can sniff out landmines? Hito.
The kids you brought back to base have laid out the situation. They all escaped to each of their home villages, or were trying to get home, and lost their way. Not that homesickness is gonna explain everything we've seen.
Each of their home villages. They were trying to raise troops for the rebellion.
You really think these kids have an armed uprising in them?
You read the report of the security team member who had a rock thrown at him. There'll be a riot if we don't do something. And Miller, this is because you didn't act fast enough.
Fine. I'll admit you were right this time.
Seal off the kids' quarters from outside contact before it's too late.
All right.
Eli said his rebellion would start when the last kid is brought back, right? You better be ready to meet him head on if it really happens.
Yeah.
You should have left it to me in the first place.
Boss, they're just kids. We have a responsibility to see that those kids make it. It's not about feeling protective or the pros and cons. I hate kids. That's exactly what I heard from the people who raised me.
I was just gonna keep rolling quiet, but unfortunately for these, D-Dog really is, like, just functionally so much more useful. Like, we especially, like, tracking down prisoners and such.
The kids you brought back to base have laid out the situation. They all escaped to eat or were trying to...
You better...
We have a responsibility to see that those kids make it. It's It's not about feeling protective or the pros and cons. I hate kids. That's exactly what I heard from the people who raised me. People who abandoned me, more like. That's the spark that kept me going, you know? I wanted to show those adults what I was made of. Wanted to get back at them one day. Before I knew it, I was all grown up. Never saw it coming. All of a sudden, people treated me as an adult. Some adult I turned out to be. But I feel like if my life had been different, if the adults I knew had been different, I could have grown up better. Yeah, that's it, all right. I wanted to use those kids to test that theory. That's all this was. From their point of view, I'm no different from the assholes who gave me a hard time. When this is all blown over, I'll talk it out with them. If that's still possible. Boss, there are still kids out there. Bring them back safe.
Boss, it's me. Eli's revealed what he wants. He wants to speak with you. With Big Boss. He just said, bring my father here.
What?
Eli's too smart for his own good.
How did he... Who gave him that information?
For sure is his men are important to him. That means we can use the escaped kids as leverage in any negotiation. Once you brought the last one back, I'll interrogate him. If the kids do rise up, we'll meet them full force. End of story. I didn't want things to turn out like this. We could have prevented it, but it's too late now. If Eli means to take this all the way, he's gonna force us to do the same.
According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them.
Where's the enemy? Including a landmine, but like... What?
Complete.
Oh, have we got overlapped missions? Was there a... Skulls extract in here? Technically, that makes this a lot easier. It's just zombie boyos. So, I'm not sure if it's all zombie boyos. I thought I saw someone that wasn't zombied. Got a friggin' hat. Makes it annoying. Now, these guys are all probably worth extracting because they get bonuses for being Skulls survivors.
us. He's coming too.
I wonder if you can CQC them. I've not tried.
Roger that. I don't know why the kid's freaking out about gunshots. I thought their whole thing was wanting to return to the battlefield.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. I've updated the mission list. We received a new job offer. The details are on your iDroid.
The zombies won't get, like, regular sleepy time unless you headshot them. Like, the knockout juice doesn't work on them. Oh, god damn it!
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
I cannot work out how far you're allowed to fall in this game. Because the other fall we took...
Mission list updated. Marker removed.
Well, I guess that actually works out. Because the side op is done.
Please select a mission.
Ugh, this sounds awful.
Please select a mission. Staff assigned. Please select a landing zone. Support helicopter requested.
Oh, I suppose I didn't think about that. We could have, like, hot extracted because technically there weren't any guards left in there because of the zombie thing.
Enemy presence detected. Map has been updated.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
mission list. We've received a new job offer. The details are on your iDroid.
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Mother Base.
No? Okay. I felt like there might have been something with Eli queued up. There's still a 6th mission. Or a 6th child, supposedly, that ran away. That might trigger after we do the last, well, that story mission that next popped up. But that story mission looks unpleasant. Eliminate armored column. This sounds awful. Flamethrower blueprint?
The CFA are gearing up for a large-scale attack against Angola's MPLA government. They're assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport and will be ready to move soon. We've been contracted by the MPLA to put a stop to them. But the civil war will keep burning on, whether we accept this job or not. Another East-West proxy war with the communist MPLA on one side and the capitalist-funded CFA on the other. An endless seesaw of blood and violence played out in the hands of the superpowers. I had my doubts at first, but I think we should take this job. Skullface is gone, but Cypher still remains. Competition with rival PFs will only get more intense. For us to survive, we need to expand our organization and get strong enough that no one can threaten us. So our only option is to fight and grow, and fight and grow.
Please the landing zone
Roger.
confirmed.
This is P-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is P-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Clouds approaching. Please select a mission. Mission accepted. to Central Africa. Deploying.
Let's see how we go.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map.
Be careful down there, boss.
Map has been updated. Marker placed.
God damn it.
Boss, we have new
Map has
targets.
been updated.
Check your iDroid for the details.
Marker placed.
Subject on board.
Enemy
Leave the rest to
presence
us.
detected. The map has been updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Oh, that is way too far out at this point to have any hope of catching.
The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Hello, Mr. Tank. Would you kindly stop? Ugh.
Boss, come in. Boss?
Ugh.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
I do not enjoy these missions.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport.
The other option is to just go full retard with the, like, high explosives. What? Excuse me?
Please select a mission. Mission accepted.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map. one target left.
Development project has been added. Marker placed. Enemy presence detected. Map has been updated.
That's an enemy gunship. Don't try to take down a gunship from the front. You won't win in a head-to-head shootout. Try to get behind it and take control.
I call bullshit on that first one missing. Oh, it's gonna land on me, Ed!
Alright, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
I'm guessing it's Pure Speed Gamer that gave us an S rank on that. Hey, Danopian, how's it going?
Boss, as we suspected, the mastermind behind the kid's escape was Eli. It's hard to believe, but apparently he'd been plotting an armed uprising against us. He could be hiding something else, too. Ocelot's gonna press him for answers. Get back here as quick as you can.
I wouldn't really call it hard to believe.
Where is he?
I told you. Your father's not here.
They're back.
Yes, they're back. But don't get any bright ideas. Your quarters are under full surveillance. Your weapons privileges have been suspended. No more uprisings for you. Did you really think it would be that easy, Commander? You'll get your boys back. They'll even see the boss, too. But first, I need to know what you sent them to do.
They wanted to leave.
To their homelands.
They wanted to go home. That's all.
So they were just homesick then?
Not quite. Militia warlords, PFs, the armies that murdered their families. Cousins, brothers, parents. They all had someone they wanted to kill. I told them, last chance to face the world with no regrets.
Last chance.
You better be ready for your drag back here. Ready to face the world as enemies.
No!
I'm not like you! Goodbye, Father. I don't need you anymore.
Was Ralph really an accident? Or did Eli just rig it to stir up the boys? Either way, he had to have been planning for this all along. Bidding farewell to the world.
Oh,
Boss,
that happened.
we're looking for the kids in Sahelanthropus, but there's still no sign of them. We don't know if the chopper pilot is alive either. What have we gone and put in the hands of those kids? We don't know how bad this is until we find them. Also, regarding our concerns about Eli, I finished looking into whether or not he's a product of that project. I have an answer. I put it on tape. Give it a listen. Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Development project has been added. Please specify a project.
Welcome back, boss.
Please select landing zone
Roger.
confirmed.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
You know, when you brought back all the child soldiers who escaped, Eli knew they'd returned. Needless to say, nobody said a word to him. I guess they got a message to him somehow. Eli wasn't put in the corner in time out. He was locked up in that room, completely cut off from the outside world. Then how'd he find out? There's only one possibility I can think of. The Soviet Union has been researching military applications for psi phenomena. Psi? Things like psychokinesis and ESP, extrasensory perception. You mean moving objects without touching them? Knowing what cards somebody's holding up? Psychic powers? Come on.
I thought that was just another bunch of disinformation aimed at the West.
Just bear with me a second. One type of ESP is telepathy. It's the ability to know another person's thoughts through non-verbal means.
You're saying Eli read our minds?
It's the only idea that doesn't involve someone getting to him.
Ocelot.
Look, Psi research isn't some hocus-pocus. It's all evidence-based, scientific...
There's gotta be another explanation. Maybe one of the kids stuck a note to your back.
I hope that's the case. But I am convinced that they have, or Eli has, a connection to some force we have yet to identify. You better watch yourself, boss.
How am I supposed to do that?
If he is depending on something for help, well, that's his Achilles heel. If you can figure out what that something is, you might be able to use it against him.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, and the medical team is looking after the kids left on Mother Base. For the moment, they don't seem too panicked. But boss, get this. Eli got those kids to plot their armed uprising as a diversion. Also, he could steal Sahelanthropus and escape. That brat got us good. Set us up and knocked us down. And then there's that mystery kid who was with Eli. Those two working together, I'd say things won't be over for a long time yet. Boss, we've got the results of Eli's genetic tests. We can finally put this worry behind us.
We used the PCR technique and conducted DNA fingerprinting of the copied DNA sequences. Neither is mainstream science yet, but the concepts and procedures are sound. Both tests say there is 0% chance that the two of you are blood relatives, meaning the results are negative. He's not your son, nor is he your clone. He's just another person.
It was 12 years ago that Zero made plans to clone you. Eli's age and appearance certainly are a good fit. I admit the first time I saw him, I did a double take. But it looks like we were worried for nothing. Eli isn't your clone. Though you might still have one somewhere out there.
But if Eli isn't the boss's clone, why does he seem so obsessed with him? Not to mention having one hell of an attitude for his age.
I don't know. Learning the truth about himself, cursing the fact he's a clone, bearing a grudge against selfish adults, and coming to hate who he was cloned from. Big boss. If that were really the case, I could understand it. I might even feel a bit sorry for him. But no clone could have a totally different DNA fingerprint. And the test left no room for error. You yourself were there when we drew Eli's blood sample.
Come to think of it, when we went to OKB-0, he'd snuck onto a chopper and was there.
Yeah.
He was acting strange even then. Or actually from a little before that time.
That was exactly when we began these tests.
Maybe he suspected something when we drew the sample, not knowing what we were doing to him, and becoming mistrustful of us.
Hard to say. Eli's had an attitude problem from day one.
So what is he then?
Well, if he's gonna tell us that himself, we'll need to get him to open up more first.
Hey, Blasted, how's it going? Will it actually show, like, what, the lack of the battle gear? No. Disappointing. It's currently deployed on an away mission, so it should not be in here. Possibly, but you wouldn't start construction on a second until you'd finished testing on the first. That's why it's currently deployed.
all beef patty, and no shortening in the bun either.
Nature's blessings, unadulterated, in hamburger form. Is that it? But when taste falls short, so does our gratitude to nature. Making such precious blessings unpalatable is sacrilege.
Roger.
I hate to admit it, but I think you're right. Should have known better than to settle for second best. That's why I had him run some more R&D, develop a new burger. In fact, one of our researchers just dropped by with the latest results. Here it is. See how you like this?
We shall see indeed. I thank you for this bounty, Mother Earth.
So, what's the verdict?
The subtitles are picking up the boss's AI pod, which is talking in the vicinity.
Not bad.
And?
But it does not hold a candle to what I ate back home.
Everyone's a critic. Damn it. I was sure the Kobe beef... But maybe we didn't have enough. If we had any more, we're cutting into our profits.
Profits?
We'll be taking a loss on every unit.
What are you talking about?
Huh? Oh, anyway, I'll be back with another round of product.
I will be waiting. Did you say product?
About Eli hijacking Salamandropus. We know how he got it moving. It was Emmerich. He used the kids in the staff living quarters to carry out his repairs. We got the details on tape. You're gonna want to hear this.
Plant expansion complete.
What was your goal in having the children repair Sahelanthropus?
I just answered their questions. I had no idea they would actually try to fix it. I mean, can you imagine a child piloting it?
Oh, sure, easily.
It wouldn't work.
I bet it's just like riding a bike.
I said it didn't work.
Who did you try?
I didn't.
Did you put your son in it?
We never did that.
His name was, Hal, wasn't it? I thought you said you never saw his face. But you made him pilot Sahelanthropus. You used him in your experiments.
He wanted to get in. It was such a short time we had.
So he was with you.
We were happy.
You're still happy now. Changing your lies to suit the listener and getting by slipping through the cracks. Building layer upon layer of convenient stories until nothing means anything to you anymore. You're happy all the time because you don't even notice you're doing it. Think hard. Who are you really? You're not a victim and you're not the silent majority. You're a perpetrator and a petty hypocrite. The real world doesn't make you suffer. It's the other way around.
Best dad ever. Give fucking Gendo a run for his money. Was there a Mother Base Soldier mission somewhere in here? There was.
Please select a landing heading to Central Africa.
Now, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to probably stop at around the 6 hour mark rather than take a break. Because I've got work today. I do need to get some rest.
I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
It might not look like it, but we have actually made quite a bit of progress today. Unfortunately, chapter 2 is a bit disjointed.
Feeling hungry, old timer?
Old timer. I do not get hungry. No. But you have a new hamburger?
You guessed it. And this time we used lamb.
Hamburger.
You're not a lamb kind of guy?
A hamburger is made of beef. Who ever heard of a hamburger without beef?
Yeah, but we gotta stay fresh. Stand out from our competition.
You're what?
Just give it a try.
If you say so.
I'd be 100% down for a lamb burger. Fish burger, no thank you.
But I cannot call this a hamburger.
I thought we were onto something this time. Maybe the problem is that it looks like a regular hamburger. Gotta think outside the box. Too much baggage if they come in expecting just another burger. Let's see. Cotton candy to make it look like a sheep. Yeah.
Just a minute. You really think people would eat that? What is it you are planning? Are you using me? A taste tester? A one-man focus group?
Well, actually, already started. I got a place called, Miller's Max.
That's the target.
You are kidding.
I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago.
So like my...
Bring him home, boss.
The Ocelot said Diamond Dog's budget did not add up. But you don't mean to tell me.
What? No. Our black budget's got it all covered. I'm not embezzling GMP or anything. Still, let's not say anything to Snake, okay?
Very well. However, Kazuhira, it takes more than premium ingredients and a clever recipe to satisfy the palate.
Okay, so what do we do?
The palate seeks one thing: chemical additives.
Chemical additives.
There is nothing mysterious or spiritual about good flavor. The tongue...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Amino acids, which the brain then recognizes as appealing. Therefore, all that is needed is to chemically isolate those amino acids and incorporate them into your products. To be clear, I speak of flavor. The rest is irrelevant.
That seems a little extreme.
Do not forget that I am a scientist after all. And using science for the benefit of others is a joy in seeking coexistence with nature's blessings. Not everything can remain in its natural form. When we fall ill, we must be treated. Otherwise, that very nature could cost us our lives. Agriculture is one of nature's many blessings. But through that process, we damage the surrounding vegetation.
Yeah. Whether it's a massive farm or a tiny field, we always leave our mark on the land.
The same is true of parasites. And for food preparation. If tapeworms in the raw meat of another animal enter the human body, they roam around trying to find their usual habitat. crime in their confusion. So in looking through a scientific point of view, you see the necessity for processing food. Yes, it is also sometimes necessary
Roger.
to eliminate certain parasites, or selectively use or even modify others. Alternatively, we could say that if a man is part of nature, the work he does is also part of it. What is important is the balance.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, old-timer. You really opened my eyes. I fooled myself into thinking people today wanted high-quality, all-natural goods. But my favorite burgers were never about that. What they want is something like the first burger I had in America when I went to meet my dad. Frankenburger loaded with additives. That's the America I knew and loved. I'll be back in a jiffy, old-timer. My next burger's gonna knock your socks off.
Kazuhira, wait. What is important is how we balance the... Quick for a one-legged man. Frankenburger. What kind of a dive did your old man take you to?
Gaining altitude. Departing.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Side ops list updated.
Oop, more of these boys.
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Afghanistan. Deploying.
Also, yeah, I made the same realization the other day, Gorgeland, which is why I made sure to pick up food and stuff in preparation.
I had our best and brightest working overtime, fine-tuning the greatest burger the world has ever known. I call it the chemical burger.
Yeah, a little ahead of it yet, Fab.
Don't judge a burger by its color. Go on, try it.
I am not very hungry.
What? Oh, I get it. Now, sure, it's loaded with additives, but each one's been approved by the WHO for human consumption. Come on, one little bite's not gonna kill you.
Are you sure of that? Fine.
Well?
That's the target. I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss.
Is perfect.
Right? Right?
This takes me back to the taste of my youth. The neon signs on the Mother Road. Oh, I can see them now.
So, what do you think of our signs now. And it doesn't just taste great. You won't believe how cheap it is to make. And because it's pumped up with preservatives, it won't spoil easily in regions lacking refrigerated storage or transportation infrastructure. This bad boy could even solve Africa's hunger problem.
Excuse me.
People will no longer fight over food or find reason to hate one another. Mankind will come together, reunited between these fluffy buns. Forget Pax Americana. Say hello to Pax Hamburgana.
Hamburgana.
Skullface thought that destruction was the way to free the peoples of the world from American imperialism. But this is different. Tackling something head-on just makes for more conflict. Only by uniting the world can its various inhabitants truly become free. Having lived as an American parasite as long as I have, I know what I'm talking about. The chemical burger is poised to be the greatest liberating force the world has ever known.
An ethnic liberator. Burger.
Now all I need is a better brand image, starting with a name. I gotta run, old-timer. I'll catch you later.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Side op completed.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to
Extraction
us.
arrived at Mother Base. Please select a landing support.
Yeah, the burger plot line is quite silly indeed. It's one of those ones people remember.
Side ops list updated. Please select a landing zone.
Alright, I think this'll be the last side op we do, and then oh no wait, this gosh. I think this is the last one, but it's not. There's one more after this as well. We can't just clean this up right now. Oh, we also need to do the related stuff.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
not money or land. It is the number of individuals under his control. Subjects who work, consume, are there to be used as pawns in war. For a capitalist ruler, his people's power becomes his power. You are the same. With your diamond dogs. You spin it with your speeches. But what you're doing is bringing as much talent as you can into your little domain. Every person another feather in your cap.
The map has
Yes. Since ancient times, every civilization's ruler has had the same idea. When people unite under one will, they become stronger than the sum of their parts. And the one will is the ruler's will. And what do rulers use to bring people together? Language. In the Old Testament, it is written that only one language was spoken in Eden. A shared tongue that united all of humanity. Mankind eventually grew aware of its power and harnessed that strength to build a tower to the heavens. The mighty Tower of Babel. This angered God.
You gotta extract him.
Obsolete, updated.
What the heck?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Boss, we have an emergency. There's been another outbreak of the vocal cord parasites on the base. Several men are dead. It started in the laboratory on the quarantine platform where the radiation leak occurred. I'd only just deployed the security team. I've sent in a rescue team to help, but they haven't returned. Boss, I need you on this. Come back to Mother Base ASAP.
I did not know that that was going to trigger that. That was not what I was trying to do.
Here we go again. There's been another outbreak in the laboratory. The quarantine platform. We sent a team to investigate and recover the survivors, but they haven't returned.
There's nothing on the radio either. We got a backup team ready to go. Just give the order and
I'll go alone.
Boss, what are you... There's no need for that.
We can't afford to lose anyone else.
We have no idea what's going on
Exactly. Anyone still alive's at their breaking point. Last thing we need is another unit storming in. No telling how they'd react.
Fine. First off, check how much the infection has spread. Rescue comes next, after we know the situation. When you're ready to move, just use the iDroid.
I did not mean to trigger that yet.
We have no idea why the parasite has showed up again. I thought we took care of it. We need more information.
Please select
Find
a
out
mission.
what's going on, boss. Select a mission on your iDroid.
I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to pack the stream up. I just didn't mean to trigger the start bit of it there. It's unfortunate it's going to get, like, broken up.
Please select a mission.
Yeah, okay. I had meant to, be stopping now. It's unfortunate that triggered when it did.
Select unit. Staff dismissed.
I probably can't risk doing anything off stream at this point. I don't know if it's gonna shout at me about that.
Please select a mission.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I also, I had intended to do, like a New Year's Eve, New Year's Day stream that was going to be, something a bit different. Well, not Metal Gear for that. I was going to just, like, do something else and have some drinks while streaming and sort of take it easy. So this really unfortunate place for a cliffhanger to happen, and oh, that's frustrating. I'm glad at least I caught it on stream. This is again what I was saying so many times about the, like, returning to Mother Base and different things can proc and other things can pop up at really, like, unfortunate times. Alrighty. Yeah, as I said, that's where we're gonna pack up, because I gotta stop now if I want any hope of getting some rest before work. Yeah. Alrighty, as I say, we'll be back, should be tonight, so long as I'm not exhausted after work, and we will, do a New Year's stream. But for now, however, that is all. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.